kindly occupy the seats in front. Once again, please occupy the seats in front. Thank you. Once again, akong giauhag ang tanan na nag-ingkod sa likod to kindly transfer in front and fill in the seats in front, please. Thank you so much. Everyone is requested to stand for the interreligious prayer and the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
O Diyos na magbabaya, na matuod na inampo, na iyan mighinang, tayangit daw pasak. Ikaw man na pagbaot, ikaw nagkatumanan, kano kayo man taka namin mga kayapasan, ang kabagadan nut kayuwasan, kano kayo man taka namin mga hinangang kanit si babot sing kalibutan, si kuna o Diyos, taka namin og panumaidan, so wada kayo kahinang, kawada kuna, so si kuna man tagdangapat mga tao. O Diyos, ukasita ka namin mga bunga-bunga, ada nagkamaanat mga tao, no kay kuna na pagka-Diyos. O Diyos, no umagan, na iyan nagtakbit ito, na iyan nagkasaitan ta Diyos na magpabaya. Ang pasalamatan nit Diyos, ang daigan nit Diyos, tangadan ta Diyos na magpabaya. Oo, daw, oo.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Id karabukum ud'uni astajib lakum. Amin ya rabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Malik yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Allahumma antas salam wa minkas salam, tabarakta rabbana ya dzal jalali wal ikram. Allahumma ya antas salam, ya manzilatis sakinata fi qulubil abidin. Allahumma nas'aluka as-salama li ardi Mindanao wa wahhadata baina qabaila wa syu'ubiha. Allahumma nas'aluka al-'adl alladhi yahyi al-arda ba'da khurubiha. Allahumma ij'al hada al-mu'tamira sababan litafaqihim wa tarahihim wa anzil alayna barakata wa anzil alayna ridak wa ihdina subula salam anta sami'ul mujib wa salli ala nabiyyina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in.
God, Father of all nations, it is your will that we gathered here for peace, for harmony and shared humanity, and to recognize and celebrate women's role in working for peace that is based on faith. With this concern, let us be inspired with the women whom we have called to be instruments of peace and have responded with courage. Let us be like Abigail, who when anger was about to explode into bloodshed, stepped in not with a sword, but with sense and grace. Like Ruth, who out of her quiet obedience and loyalty brought hope to Bethlehem and a legacy of redemption that led to Jesus Christ himself. Like Esther, who walked bravely into the king's royal court, uninvited, knowing that death awaits if God wouldn't intervene. Like Deborah, whose leadership brought unity and victory to a fractured nation by listening to God's word and acting with courage. Like Mary, whose submission to God's will opened the way for our Savior Jesus Christ to enter the world. God, you are the same yesterday, today, and forever. We trust that every calling comes from you and that you are faithful to your promise to be with us till the end of time. let us entrust to you our cares and hopes for peace, and say to you, glory to you, now and forever. Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Our loving and triune God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, in a world where peace often seems elusive, we humbly bow before your divine majesty. Bless this 11th Mindanao Peace Studies and Conference, that it may become a genuine encounter of minds and hearts, seeking your wisdom and will for peace. Forgive us, Lord, for the times we have lived in division, for our inability to recognize your image in the face of the other, and for our failure to remove our sandals before the sacred ground of every person and culture. Too often we have walked the paths of peace with restless heart and followed our own designs instead of yours. May this initiative mark a humble yet hopeful beginning toward deeper ecumenism and dialogue, where mercy and truth meet and justice and peace embrace. Teach us, O Lord, to be true peacemakers, that your peace may permeate in every human relationship, so that the whole of creation be restored to your harmony. May Mary, Queen of Peace, accompany us on this pilgrimage of understanding, so that guided by her maternal care, we may journey together toward the fullness of true peace. Your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
You may now take your seats. The Mindanao Peace Studies Conference started last November 2015 with the hope to create a space within the academe for discussion on peace. This year marks the 11th installment of the conference, where scholars and key persons are brought together through another conference with the goal of exchanging relevant learnings and experiences in the context of keeping and sharing peace in Mindanao. Maayong buntag sa atong tanan. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Mindanao Peace Studies Conference 11 with the theme Inclusive Peace, Centering Women's Participation in Building Communities. I am Hannah Ruth A. Bongot from Father Saturnino Urius University, and it is my honor to be your MC for this conference. The MPSC 11 is organized by Father Saturnino Urius University in collaboration with Bantay Kita, Private Education Assistance Committee, and Equiparco Foundation. This conference is also aired live through FSUU Butuan City, Philippines Facebook page and YouTube channel. At this point, to officially open our gathering, may we call on the University President of Father Saturnino Urius University, Reverend Father Randy Jasper C. Ochige, for his welcome message. A round of applause, please.
My respect to our speakers, Ma'am Yasmin and Ms. Dayan, members of the management team who are here, the officers of the university, ang atong mga kaigsuunang tribo, ang atong mga lumilihok sa simbahan nga ni Adinhi, the seminarians who are here, colleagues from other schools in Butuan City and Caraga, students from other higher education institutions in Butuan City, and of course, our students from this university. It is with deep joy to welcome you to the 11th Mindanao Peace Studies Conference. In gathering here today, we are not simply opening another academic event. We are convening a circle of encounter where stories, struggles, and hopes converge to reimagine peace from the ground up. Mindanao, and specifically the Caraga region, is a testament to the fact that peace is a daily struggle and a daily triumph. Recent surveys shows that public satisfaction with safety and security in Caraga is remarkably high, often exceeding 90% across key provinces. However, this success in addressing criminality, at least from the statistical point of view, contrasts sharply with the region's deeper vulnerabilities. At 20.3%, Caraga's poverty rate remains higher than the national average by around 5-6%, making Caraga a critical hub for resource-based conflicts and historical insurgency. It is in this complex, dual reality that the leadership of women, especially in the most remote communities and among indigenous peoples, provides the truest model for resilience and peace building. Our theme this year, Inclusive Peace, centering women's voices in rebuilding communities, challenges us to listen differently. Too often, the narratives of peace have been written in boardrooms, policy tables, or ceasefire documents where women's presence is symbolic rather than substantive. We must change this equation. If we truly listen to the heartbeat of our communities, to mothers, teachers, farmers, healers, and storytellers, we realize that women have long been the quiet architects of reconciliation, weaving together relationships torn by conflict. From an academic standpoint, this conference recognizes that the pursuit of peace cannot be detached from structures of inequality and power. Drawing from feminist and intersectional perspectives, we are reminded that peace building is not only a political or security process, but also a deeply social and cultural one. Women's voices, especially those at the intersections of marginalization, where gender, class, ethnicity, and historical injustice meet, reveal how these factors shape both conflict and the possibility of healing. To center these voices is to reimagine peace itself, not as an abstract ideal, but as an embodied, lived, and inclusive practice. This conference invites us to make visible what has long been invisible: the women's labor of love, their leadership in sustaining life amidst violence, and their courage to resist systems that diminish human dignity. Through these reflections, we are called to see how peace emerges not merely from policy, but from relationships, from the capacity to restore trust, to nurture belonging, and protect the integrity of creation. May this day become a sacred space, not only for critique, but for creation, not only for discourse, but for discernment. May our sharing generate what John Paul Lederach calls the moral imagination, the capacity to envision a web of relationships at a whole new level. And may our discussions today not only stay within these walls, but maybe translate into concrete praxis in our communities. And so as we begin this journey together, as we open this day of discussion and conversation, may our hearts and minds be open and attuned, and our spirits hold on to steadfast hope in peace building. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you so much, Father Randy. Now, at the heart of this year's theme, Inclusive Peace, centering women's participation in building communities, is the recognition that peace building must amplify perspectives that have too often been unheard. It is my great honor and privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, a woman whose work has shaped peace building both in the Philippines and around the world. Dr. Jasmine Nario Galase currently serves as the Senior Program Director of the Global Network of Women Peace Builders, or GNWP, where she leads international initiatives advancing the women, peace, and security agenda, empowering grassroots women leaders, and translating global commitments into local peace actions. Before joining GNWP, she served as the Vice President for Academic Affairs at Miriam College, and for many years as Executive Director of its Center for Peace Education. She also served as President of Pax Christi Pilipinas, a national network of Catholic peace builders working for truth, justice, and reconciliation. Dr. Galase played a major role in mainstreaming peace education in the country. She helped craft Executive Order 570, which mandates the integration of peace education into basic and teacher education curricula nationwide. She also co-convened Women Engage in Action on 1325, or We Act 1325, a civil society network supporting the implementation of the Philippines' National Action Plan on UN Security Council Resolutions 1325 and 1820, increasing women's participation in conflict prevention, peace building, and post-conflict recovery. Internationally, she has worked with the United Nations, Pax Christi International, and the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, or ICAN, the 2017 Nobel Peace Prize awardee. She was one of 3 ICAN members chosen to speak at the Nobel Peace Concert in Oslo. Dr. Galase has delivered keynote and plenary addresses in global conferences at the United Nations headquarters in New York, the Kroc Institute of International Peace Studies at the University of Notre Dame, and many other venues dedicated to peace and nonviolence. She has authored and co-authored numerous books, including Peace Education, A Pathway to a Culture of Peace, and Tungo sa Isang Mapayapang Mundo. Her academic journey includes an AB in International Studies from Maryknoll College, an MA in Peace Studies from the University of Notre Dame in the USA, and a PhD in Educational Psychology from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, where she graduated with academic excellence and valedictorian honors. An educator, negotiator, and peace builder, Dr. Galase embodies what it means to center women's voices in rebuilding nations. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Hasmin Nario Galase. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hannah, for that very generous introduction. Distinguished members of the academic community, community leaders, peace builders and friends, magandang umaga, maayong buntag, good morning. It is a true honor to be with you today under this meaningful theme, Inclusive Peace, Centering Women's Participation in Building Communities. Let us begin with clarity. What do we mean by peace? Each person, each community defines it through their own experiences. Let's be clear on that. But from the communities where, I have traveled, and you can see here on screen where, where GNWP is. Oh, he's with me, okay. So where we are, so the GNWP works in over 40 countries, and we have 100 member organizations nationwide of women peace builders. And we have, done localization work in countries like Papua New Guinea, Bangladesh, Nepal, Indonesia, among others. And so going around these communities, we actually found out, from people, the women we talked with, from men we talked with in the communities, that peace is not merely the absence of violence, but peace is justice. It is equality. It is the ability for people to live with dignity. And according to the people we have talked to in various communities in over 40 countries worldwide that we have spoken with, peace is so related to the concept of security. It is far more than protecting territory. True security is the protection of people. It is freedom from fear, from want, freedom to live fully and to thrive. Security exists when a woman can walk home safely at night, when a family can survive the next typhoon, when a girl in a remote community can continue her education simply because she chooses to. The task of building peaceful communities is daunting. Threats to life, and Father Andy has mentioned some of them, like armed violence, poverty, inequality, discrimination, and environmental degradation, stand as formidable barriers to peace. Yet, these are challenges we must confront together with courage, collaboration, and vision. I'd like to talk about the threats to peace and security because our goal is actually to see how we can build peaceful communities. So armed violence, as mentioned by Father Andy a while ago, is one of them. It remains one of the most pressing threats to life today. Globally, conflicts continue to rise. In 2024, there were over 30 active armed conflicts worldwide, with devastating human and economic costs. I'm sure you've heard about Sudan, you've heard about Gaza, you've heard about the conflicts, in different parts of Africa and MENA, or the Middle East and North African regions. According to the Small Arms Survey, Approximately 500,000 people lose their lives each year to armed violence. That's one person every minute, almost. And tragically, 75% of these deaths occur outside conflict zones. So can you imagine, what time is it now? It's 9:03 and you were here since 8:30. Can you imagine how many people have died already from armed violence since the time you entered this room? In the Philippines, decades-long conflicts in Mindanao and the CPP-NPA insurgency have caused profound losses. Over 200,000 lives lost, with millions displaced. Clan feuds or RIDO continue to erupt, claiming thousands of lives over the past 3 decades, not only in Mindanao, but also in the Cordilleras. And with over 4 million firearms in civilian hands, violence affects daily life, from political assassinations to local community disputes. Another threat to peace is poverty, prejudice, and inequality. Poverty and social exclusion threaten peace. In 2023, 16.6% of Filipinos lived below the poverty line. And Father Andy had mentioned the poverty rate here in Caraga. Women are disproportionately affected by unpaired care work, limited access to resources, and barriers to education. Prejudice and discrimination against indigenous peoples, Moro communities, and other marginalized groups create mistrust and fuel conflict. These social inequities are threat multipliers, intensifying the effects of armed conflict, disasters, and displacement. I have mentioned 3 already: threats to peace and security, armed violence, poverty, and hate. All of them kill, all of them harm individuals and communities. I'd like now to talk about another threat to peace and security: climate change. Environmental degradation adds yet another layer of complexity. The Philippines, one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world, experiences increasingly severe typhoons, rising sea levels, and flooding. Can you imagine how many people we lost in the typhoon that actually ravaged Cebu? Displacement and resource scarcity intersect with conflict, creating compounded risks for vulnerable communities. Our problems do not end there. Gender inequality is another threat to peace and security. Women and girls face systematic discrimination and violence. 1 in 4 Filipino women, aged 15 to 49, has experienced physical, sexual, or emotional violence. According to the Philippine National Police, 1 woman is raped every day in the country. Women occupy only 28% of local elective posts and remain underrepresented in the security sector. Yet, despite these challenges, women are often the first responders in crisis and the last to be recognized. Their leadership, experience, and knowledge are indispensable for building communities that are safe, resilient, and inclusive. I'd like to ask you an important question. Why women? Why should women take part in peace building? First, he's kind of, a practical answer. Half of the world's population are women. Can you imagine if we leave out 50% of the population from decision making? How can peace be achieved? Second, women have unique perspectives. They often highlight needs like health, education, food, humanitarian issues that men may overlook in peace talks. A substantial body of research supports this claim that often women focus on reconciliation, social cohesion, and community well-being whenever negotiating for peace. Third, women are often the first to notice rising tensions in their communities and can play a role in preventing violence, We call that early warning and prevention. This comes from a combination of international policy frameworks, empirical research, and field-based evidence. And I'm not just saying it for saying its sake. Fourth, women transform peace from political to personal, from abstract to practical. Ms. Hannah a while ago mentioned the numbers 1325. I have an appeal to make, that when you leave this room, you will remember the meaning of 1325. It is a UN Security Council resolution, which I will explain later, but I'm sure, but your former speakers, former keynote speakers have touched on 1325. Because 1325, a UN Security Council resolution, is an international law, and all member states of the United Nations are mandated to implement it. What does it say? That women are not only victims of violence and war and armed conflict, but women are active and vital agents of peace. They can be and are vital instruments of conflict prevention, not instruments, but vital agents of conflict prevention, conflict resolution, peace building, and recovery. Fourth, research shows that peace agreements with women's participation are 35% more likely to endure beyond 15 years when women lead. Communities recover faster, reconciliation takes root, and sustainable peace becomes possible. And fifth, excluding women violates international commitments to equality and non-discrimination. I only have 5 reasons here on screen on why women should be included. Whenever I go to communities worldwide, they have so many more reasons to give me, and I do have a long list of that. But I only have a few minutes to do my keynote, so I'm summarizing it in 5, simple, graphics that you can see on screen. But I hope that you'll remember at least 2 of them, especially that reason that we make up 50% of the world's population, and so we deserve to be on that table, because they're losing out on the voices of the 50% of the world's population. So I want you to take a look at these photographs. This one is a cabinet meeting in the Philippines. This one is an APEC meeting in San Francisco. This one is an ASEAN meeting, another ASEAN meeting. And I'd like you to tell me, what do you notice about these photos? No women, hardly any women. And these are decision-making mechanisms. These are very important decision-making bodies in the world, in the ASEAN region, in the country. But no or hardly any women. So that's the question that we ask. Where are the women? When they have the agency, they have the capacities, they have the experience, they have the skills to contribute to peace building. In the year 2000, the United Nations Security Council, as I've said, adopted 1325, or the Women, Peace, and Security Agenda. The Philippines in 2010 became the first country in Asia to adopt a national action plan on women, peace, and security, co-developed with my network, the Global Network of Women Peace Builders, and civil society and government. Through GNWP's localization of the Women, Peace, and Security Agenda, women in communities have translated national policies into local programs that strengthen communities. In Kalinga, for example, women mediators now resolve clan wars, blending traditional reconciliation with gender-sensitive approaches. And if I may, I'll just narrate this very short story. The first time I went to Kalinga to talk about 1325, I said we would like to speak with a council of elders. And the council of elders were there in the room with me, all men. And so I asked them the question, how is it like to have all men in the council of leaders? And they said, oh, it's so peaceful. It's, we're able to do a lot of things. And I said, what is the possibility of having women in the Council of Leaders? And they said, oh, ma'am, it's tradition. It can never be. That will never happen. This is something, that's not really part, of our culture and our tradition. I said, okay, I hear you. That is your tradition. And I respect that. But I just like to share with you what 1325 is. And we continued engaging them on peace building, on conflict resolution, on mediation, back and forth. And 2 years after our engagement, they came to us and said, ma'am, we now have 6 women in the Council of Elders. I said, how did that happen? We had lots of dialogue in the community with women. And they said, it's high time that we include women in the Council of Leaders. We did not prescribe anything. It is something that came from their internal conversations. We just introduced a resolution that the Philippines, said we were going to implement in the country, but here they were, and we asked them, what is your feeling? How is it now that there are women in the Council of Leaders? And the leaders said, the chief thing, we wish that we had done it sooner. Because right now, the women report to the women leaders their experiences of violence, domestic and sexual violence, which they never told us before. So now, there's openness on the part of the community to narrate their stories to these women, stories that we have never heard before. We wish that they were here sooner. So that's like one story in Kalinga, in Tabuk in particular. In Ifugao, indigenous women integrate environmental protection and ancestral land rights into local peace plans. In certain municipalities in Agusan del Norte, RTR and Magallanes in particular, funds are allocated for women-led early warning and mediation initiatives. In Bontoc, an all-women peacekeeping team, all seniors, patrol the streets at night to promote security. These women did not merely join the table. They built the table, creating the foundations for resilient, peaceful communities. Where women lead, communities thrive. But if women's leadership strengthens peace, let me ask you this. Why are they still sidelined? Why are women still not involved? The answer is that barriers are systemic, layered, and persistent. Look here at the structural and political barriers. The system makes it harder for women to join in. These are the built-in obstacles in society. There are rules, norms, traditions that make it difficult for women to take part even if they want to. One of them would be heavy care responsibilities because they are at home tending to the children, to the domestic chores, then they have no time to participate in public space. That is a structural barrier. The water political barriers, rules of politics and governance, often led by men, prevent women from participating. I'd like to give a short story again on this one because it's something that you will remember more than the words that I say. When I introduced 1325 in a locality in Cotabato, and I was just introducing it, the mayor stood up and said, "Stop, stop." And I said, "Why is it?" And he said, "I don't know who asked you to be here. You're not supposed to be here. Women are not supposed to lead. And these councilors and barangay captains who are women, you should not have run for office in the first place. You are not allowed to be in public office." And he was so angry. I stopped, not because there were heavily armed men outside who were his bodyguards carrying long arms. I stopped because I was impinging on culture. I was impinging, on something that they should really be talking about internally. But then, the women, one by one, started to stand up and said, "Mayor, it's about time that women lead." One by one. and they were crying. Mayor, we have done a lot of things for this community, and you know that. And one of the priests, one of the religious leaders stood up and said, Mayor, there's nothing anywhere that says that women cannot lead. Women can. The only thing that stops us from making them lead is when they're pregnant, because it will actually affect, the child that's in the womb. But there's nothing written, nothing that says that they cannot lead. I just stopped there and allowed them to converse. I sat down and listened to their conversation. The mayor walked out, but the rest, of the local government officials stayed and said, Madam, we would like to continue the conversation. We would like the women to continue taking part in public space, leading, peace-building processes, conflict prevention processes. Again, as a facilitator, as someone who's external to the process, I just sat there and listened to them as they conversed on this. Now, there are more women leaders in that locality. The son has taken over the mayorship, and he has welcomed Resolution 1325 and women's active participation in public space. Another story that I hope you will remember. There are also cultural and social barriers. Patriarchy continues to silence women. In Mindanao and the Cordilleras, traditional councils remain male-dominated. In Papua New Guinea, customary law often excludes women from leadership. In Bangladesh, the Philippines, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, social pressure tells women to stay home. And I'd like again to say this story about a woman, and I was again doing political training, political participation, for women leaders. And one of them said and went to me during the break, Dr. Galase, I am going home. And I said, why? It's because you're talking about women's participation in public space. We're not supposed to be there. And I said, it's up to you if you want to go home. But maybe you can finish the second session and then you can go home. And he said, okay. And she was there, with such an angry face at me, but listening to me. And then after lunch, she stayed. The next day, she stayed. And you know what? She ran for public office afterwards. After a series of political participations, she did not win, but she continues now to be an active community organizer. I did not coerce her to stay, but she stayed, but learned that, empowerment is power. Capacity building is power. Training is power. It opens up, new ideas and new challenges that sometimes people are ready to accept. There are also what we call intersectional barriers. Indigenous women, Moro women, LGBTQI plus persons, women living in poverty, and women with disabilities face compounded exclusion. Policies must recognize this diversity, or inclusion risks becoming symbolic, as Father Andy had said a while ago, or tokenism. I just want to say this in Filipino for emphasis. Indigenous ka na, iba pang identity mo, mahirap ka pa, may disability ka pa, paano ka na? Anong klaseng pagdurusa ang dadanasin mo dahil sa kaibahan mo? But there are so many women, who are in this situation. It's called intersectional suffering. You are already a Moro or an IP. You are already living in the margins. You have a different identity, and perhaps you are disabled. How will that society treat you? So there are intersectional barriers, and people will not work with them because, of their identity. The WPS agenda rests on 4 pillars: participation, protection, prevention, and relief and recovery. Each is essential for building inclusive peace, centering women's leadership, and strengthening communities. I know that this keynote is only about participation, but we cannot talk about participation without talking about protection, prevention, and women's role in relief and recovery. Participation ensures women are at the table when decisions are made, shaping policies that affect their communities. It should not be symbolic, it should be strategic. But protection guarantees that women can lead safely. Women must be free from harassment, violence, and intimidation in their peace-building work. Only when women are protected can they meaningfully participate and transform their communities. Madami din po kong pagkakamali bilang isang ahensya ng kapayapaan. Nung aking kabataan, ako po'y pumunta sa Agusan del Norte, sa kina Lucy, no? Kaya po kilala ko si Lucy na nandito kahapon. At nag-usap-usap kami noon, no? 2012 yata itong taon na ito. At tinuruan namin sila na tinatawag naming Women Human Rights Defending. 3 araw po kami nag-aaral kung paano nila ipapagtanggol ang karapatan ng ibang kababaihan sa kanilang komunidad. Pero pagkatapos po ng aming pag-aaral, ng aming capacity building, naglapitan po ang marami sa akin. Ma'am, napakaganda po nitong natutunan namin. Pero natatakot po kami. Paano po pag ginawa namin ang trabaho namin ito at kami po'y tirahin ng kahit sino man sa magkabilang panig? Papaano po kami? So protection is very important. It's not only participation, but as agents of peace, we have to remember this very important lesson that women must be protected as they meaningfully participate and transform their communities. The third is prevention. And they say that prevention is better because, than a pound of cure. Because prevention focuses on addressing the root causes of violence, inequality, exclusion, and injustice. Because peace is not only the absence of conflict, it begins when communities are fair, inclusive, and just. And what you do here at Urios University is an act of prevention. It's addressing some root causes of violence, and education is one of them. The next is relief and recovery. And as I've said, participation is not meaningful without women actually knowing relief and recovery. It reminds us that post-conflict recovery must do more than rebuild buildings. It must rebuild lives and communities. And it must do so in a way that does not replicate old inequalities. Recovery is not just about returning to normal, but about creating stronger, fairer, and more resilient communities. I would finally want to talk about centering women's participation in building peaceful communities. We have seen that women face many barriers to meaningful participation: structural, political, cultural, social, and intersectional. You remember them? Naaalala niyo po ba kung anong sinasabi ko kanina mga balakid sa partisipasyon ng kababaihan? I hope you will come home today knowing what these barriers are, but more so on how you can overcome these barriers. So how do we center women's participation in building more peaceful and sustainable communities? Here are some ways we can do it. Number 1 is women must be at the decision-making table, not just as tokens. We should mandate their presence in peace negotiations, local councils, early warning systems, and recovery communities. In the communities, there are barangay human rights action centers, there's the peace and order councils or lupuang taga-mapayapa. Women can take part in those. We should include indigenous, Moro, young, and marginalized women, reflecting the diversity of experiences and needs in every community. Second, as I've said, provide protection and support. Women must lead in safety, create spaces where they can speak and act without fear of harassment or violence. And it's important that we provide legal, financial, and social support for women peace builders, because protection is a precondition for meaningful participation. Next is strengthening economic leadership. When women have access to income, skills, and resources, and a say in how money is used, they don't just improve their own lives, they reinvest in their families and communities. Usually, they talk about food, education, healthcare, and small businesses. One time I was in Tawi-Tawi and I was telling one of the leaders, we're going to do a capacity building in political training. And she said, Dr. Galase, capacity training na naman po. What women here need would be sources of livelihood. That is what will empower them. Because when there's economic independence, that gives women more confidence. And they will feel that they are able to provide also for their families. The problem is it's so difficult for us as international networks or national networks to find donors for livelihood programs for reasons that it's also very difficult for us to understand. They love capacity building. We believe also in the power of training and capacity building, but having food on the table is very important. Maybe more, than, the ability to know. It's the ability to provide, sustenance to the families that matters more. Next, as I've said, is, investing in strengthening social leadership. Sorry, I missed that. Women are often at the center of social life through families, neighborhoods, schools, and faith groups. When they have leadership roles in these spaces, they help build relationships and trust, resolve conflicts, and promote cooperation. Father Andy, in his opening remarks, said this very clearly. We can put a lot of things in the community. We can actually donate a lot of things in the community, and change some structures, provide, some services. But what really matters more is building trust and relationships within, with communities talking about their issues amongst themselves. That's very important. Relationship and trust building amongst people in the community is very important for peace to thrive. Next is investing in education and advocacy. Still, I would say this, even if I emphasize that investing in economic security is very important, because educating women in leadership, mediation, and peace-building skills is very important. I think yesterday in the Indigenous Peoples Forum, all our panelists mentioned the importance of training, capacity building, and economic security. And so let's advocate for government and donor support, ensuring women's initiatives are recognized, funded, and scaled. And last but not the least, model community environmental action. Women must lead solutions for environmental challenges that can worsen conflict. What can they do? For example, mangrove restoration, reforestation, sustainable farming, and water management. Have you heard of Wangari Maathai, one of the Nobel Peace Prize awardees, recipients? She's from Africa, she's from Kenya, and she led, women in Africa to plant 50 million trees. She just not rehabilitate the earth, she rehabilitated women because she empowered them. Suddenly women had a source of income. Suddenly the women felt that they could change the world. So the role that women can make or take in environmental protection is something that should not be underestimated. And I'm sorry, they're still fostering intergenerational leadership, not just intergenerational, but intercultural and intersectional leadership. And we talked about inclusivity. What does this mean? It means bringing together people from different cultures, ethnicities, languages, and worldviews, and leading in a way that respects and learns from those differences. It's about listening across cultures, ages, and layers of identities, not assuming one way is better or normal. In practice, it means creating spaces where people from various backgrounds can collaborate as equals, not just follow one dominant culture's approach. In other words, sana po dumating ang panahon na hindi lamang lalaki ang nagdedesisyon. May babae, may Moro, may Muslim, may bata, may matanda, at may pilay, o may bulag, or may bingi. Because this is what you call intersectionality, this is what you call intercultural peace building, this is what you call intergenerational peace building. So we just do not say peace building, but we say inclusive peace building. So remember those three words: intergenerational, young and old, intersectional, and intercultural. It's very important that we translate national policies like the CEDAW, like the Magna Carta on Women, like the National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security into local action plans that reflect community realities. Kasi po, when we adopted the 1325 resolution in the United Nations, the Philippines adopted a national action plan. But what does that mean to us in the country if we do not actually bring it to communities directly affected by conflict? That's why localizing it is very important, because local women then would be empowered to lead recovery, prevention, and disaster response initiatives. I just give one example before I end, and that's in Papua New Guinea. When I entered the room, when I was going to localize 1325, there were probably about 100 men and probably 5 women in the room. And then I found out from them that all their peace councils were made up of men. All their magistrates, community magistrates, the ones that decide on different cases, were men. And so I asked them the question, so when you make decisions, when you resolve conflicts in the communities, do you actually favor the men? And they were so honest in saying, yes, ma'am, because we are men, and we feel what men feel. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine, if all decisions are made by men, therefore decisions will be for men. And so localizing it is, the 1325 resolution is important. And one by one, the women in Papua New Guinea stood up and said, it's about time that we also participate. It's about time that we also be part of the peace councils. It's about time that we also be part of the community magistrates. We just left them there in that conversation. You know what? In Papua New Guinea right now, in these local communities that we actually localized, 1325, they formed 14 community villages led by women and men, and they pledged themselves to be communities of peace. They have coffee every now and then. They talk about the peace issues in the community, women and men. And all of them in each community in the highlands of Papua New Guinea signed the community bylaws that they themselves crafted. In Papua New Guinea, sorcery is still something that people talk about. Women are accused of sorcery. And if you are accused of sorcery, you can be burned to death or chopped off, because for them it's such a grave, issue. But then in these communities of peace, they said, we're not going to kill women because they're accused of sorcery. They will be kept in safe houses. And also tribal violence is something that's so normal in the highlands of Papua New Guinea. When something happens, when there are local resource-based conflicts, people, go into tribal fights. When they formed the communities of peace, they said, we will sit down and dialogue and talk, because tribal fighting will just claim lives. Whereas, when we dialogue and talk about the problem, perhaps we will find a peaceful resolution to it. That's why localizing national policies on peace and security is very important. So, peace is not a word, it is work. Across Asia and the Pacific, from Mindanao to Jiwaka in Papua New Guinea to Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh, women carry the 4 pillars of 1325 in daily life. Participate with purpose, protect with compassion, prevent with wisdom, and rebuild with resilience. Women are not waiting for peace to be delivered. They are delivering it themselves. Our task as academics, civil society, government agencies, and partners is clear. Recognize women's leadership, institutionalize their participation, protect their right to lead, and amplify their voices, especially the voices of the marginalized. Because when women lead, peace is not only possible, it is inevitable. Daghang salamat, maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Dr. Galase. Now to share her reflections on the keynote, we are honored to have with us an educator, researcher, and advocate whose work powerfully intersects with today's theme. Dr. Diana Therese M. Veloso is an associate professor and the chair of the Department of Sociology and Behavioral Sciences at the De La Salle University. She also serves as the coordinator of Gender and Multiculturalism and teaches a course titled Faith Worth Living under the Department of Theology and Religious Education. Dr. Veloso earned her master's and doctoral degrees in sociology from Loyola University Chicago, along with graduate certificates in philanthropy and community college learning and teaching. She also pursued short courses on gender, theology, and social justice at the University of Roehampton Catherine of Siena College in London, and recently completed a course on gender analysis of violence and security, where she was recognized as the #1 most engaged fellow. Her research explores gender, crime, inequality, and violence, including groundbreaking studies on women formerly on death row, justice-involved women during the pandemic, and gender-based violence among displaced communities in Zamboanga and Marawi. She is currently the treasurer of Ecclesia of Women in Asia, a network of women theologians, and a reservist of the Philippine Navy, where she holds the rank of Chief Petty Officer, or CPO, the only woman in her cohort to hold this distinction. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our reactor, Dr. Diana Therese M. Veloso. A round of applause, please.
Hello, good morning everyone. Maupay nga aga, maayong buntag, and assalamualaikum sa ako mga igsuon na Muslim. Okay, so I am Dr. Veloso. I am from Awaray. I'm from Leyte, but I also have roots in Cebu. So I am honored and thankful for this opportunity po to share my reflections on the keynote address of Dr. Galase. So Dr. Galase definitely captured the central role of women in building peace and justice in their communities in different parts of the world. Because as we all know, there's a saying, women hold half the sky. It's very difficult for us to build peace and security in our communities if we don't include women in the first place. And Dr. Galase definitely captured a lot of trends, and also she gave examples from the ground up that actually illustrate that people will hold on to their privileges based on gender and other entrenched inequalities if it benefits them. So it's really up to women to, you know what I mean, question these practices that keep them disempowered. Privilege is only oftentimes visible when it's challenged. Okay, so when people benefit from inequalities, they will not want to give up their privileges because it works for them. When women see firsthand how these inequalities keep them, at a disadvantage, they would definitely be inclined to raise questions, and in other cases, challenge these systems, even if it makes others uncomfortable because it deviates from the norm, or people, are just inclined to think we've always done things this way. You know what I mean? But traditions are socially constructed by people. Okay, people create these traditions for their own self-serving interests. And when women, as well as other groups of marginalized women for that matter, see that the system actually keeps them at a disadvantage, or they're left out, they're sidelined, as Dr. Galase mentioned, then, you know what I mean? Like, they would definitely be inclined to critique the system and raise suggestions or points for improvement about how, maybe they can be more included and involved in the process of peace building and even justice building for that matter. So Dr. Galase rightfully raised issues about how peace is not just about the absence of violence, but it's also about the promotion of justice and security. And it makes a difference, as a woman, as a girl for that matter, when you're able to walk around without the feeling of, someone attacking you or doing other things to place you in danger. And this is something that men and boys, being privileged by patriarchy, don't often have to think about or worry about. Although I'm not saying that men and boys do not face other forms of gender-based violence, because they do, especially in times of conflict and other forms of insecurity. Dr. Galase also definitely highlighted how there are intersecting social locating factors. So it's not just about gender. As she mentioned, you also have to consider other identities, other social positions that affect the status of women and girls, especially in areas that are characterized by a great deal of inequality, leading also to the absence of peace and security. So you have to consider, for example, how other identities alongside gender operate in perpetuating forms of privilege or oppression. So for example, their racial and ethnic background, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity expression, social class, nationality, age, ability or disability status. All of these actually intersect with gender in determining people's experiences as well as prospects for, enjoying the benefits of peace and security or lack thereof. Dr. Galase also captured the importance of how, security has, it has long-term consequences, and it impacts the way people live their daily lives. Security is more than, as mentioned by Dr. Galase, it's more than protecting borders or national sovereignty. It also translates to consequences for people's day-to-day experiences, like people's protection and just the freedom from fear, the freedom from want, and the ability, the freedom to live fully and thrive. Throughout her keynote address, Dr. Galase discussed various challenges to peace building and security, and these also show how factors or constraints relating to gender also intersect with other constraints based on people's social positions, and all of these altogether form various threats to peace. Like for example, poverty, discrimination, inequality, as mentioned by Dr. Galase. All of these are threat multipliers to armed conflict, displacement, even disasters. What was also very interesting was how Dr. Galase discussed how environmental security constitutes another threat to building peace and fostering security. Because sometimes there's this tendency to, compartmentalize things, to look at how, for example, human-made disasters are different from natural disasters. But in reality, these are very much intertwined. Disasters are disasters, regardless of the forms that they take. And, there's a lot to be said also about how we actually treat the environment and approach it through a gender lens, even if we're not always conscious of it. The reason why we're dealing with more intense disasters nowadays is because historically, the environment has been treated as a tool, as a commodity to exploit. And who made these decisions? Oftentimes leaders who are mainly men operating from very patriarchal values. That's why the environment is in a position of such vulnerability, because it has historically been feminized. It's been treated as a woman, who is simply there to be exploited, to be dominated. And I think that's something that's very powerful, because who's the most vulnerable in society? Women and children are among them. And in times of disasters, whether these are human-made or natural disasters, a lot of times they're sidelined, as mentioned earlier. They're socialized to care for other people, put other people's needs before their own, and then they're oftentimes set aside when it comes to rescue operations, or they don't get enough credit where they should be acknowledged. So Dr. Galase highlighted how gender inequality is a reflection of systemic challenges. Women are the first responders, but oftentimes the last to be recognized. And we have multiple reasons for including women so that we can transform concerns relating to peace and justice from abstract concepts to more practical realities. Okay, as mentioned by Dr. Galase also, the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 highlights how women are not only victims, or survivors for that matter, of war and conflict, but they are also agents of peace. So I think this is something that also needs to be recognized. The agentic capacity of women, meaning their ability to make decisions, regardless of structural barriers that have affected them historically up to the present times, and that affect, you know what I mean, like the decisions that they make as well as their access to opportunities. And this is precisely why we need the voices of women, as they are 50% of the world's population. And a lot of times also, while, for example, there have been improvements in social policy, the implementation leaves a lot to be desired. The examples cited by Dr. Galase about the work that they do in different regions of the Philippines as well as in different parts of the world illustrate how there are ongoing constraints in realizing women's full participation in leadership as well as capacity building. But you know, like these are definitely issues that we need to focus on. And you know, like it was a very powerful example of how she mentioned that the inclusion of women in the Council of Leaders actually had a ripple effect in communities. For example, in IP communities in the northern Philippines. For instance, issues like gender-based violence, including domestic violence and sexual violence, they overwhelmingly affect women. And women might not feel comfortable disclosing these experiences to men who are leaders. They would rather talk to a woman because, you know what I mean, at least there are commonalities in terms of their gender and possibly other social locating factors might make them feel that they're in a safe space where they can disclose these concerns without feeling that they're judged or they're stereotyped and discredited along the way. And that's why it's very important to include women leaders or peace builders to create the foundation for peaceful and resilient communities. And the reason why there are like a lot of disadvantages that happen is because women are sidelined or they're treated as tokens. Maybe include 1 or 2 women and say, we're already an inclusive community, we're an inclusive council, we're an inclusive government. But in reality, the same entrenched unequal power structures remain. And this is precisely why we have to revisit, you know what I mean, like historical practices that have led to structural and political barriers as well as cultural and social barriers affecting women's participation and inclusion range in various institutions and organizations ranging from governments around the world, political parties, even peace negotiation teams. When women are treated as, you know, like a side piece, quote unquote, or they're given very secondary roles, it's not really helping to change the system. And that's definitely why we have to address women's issues relating to empowerment, capacity, and building from the ground up. Intersectional barriers and intersectionality as a whole definitely needs to be central in the approach to doing so. Because a lot of times, people don't just identify based on their gender. For example, being a woman. They also identify based on other identities. So all of these are equally important. I remember yesterday, just to relate it to the IP forum, in one of the questions that was raised earlier on the experience of discrimination among IP students, one of the speakers mentioned, talked about how the experience of discrimination as a student was not just because of being an IP. It was also because of being a woman. So it's an example of intersectionality in terms of people's experiences and how that affects their treated in society. And the Women, Peace, and Security agenda in highlighting, for example, the importance of participation, prevention, protection, relief, and recovery, definitely recognizes it. It brings to the forefront the impact of considering people's intersecting social locating factors in affecting how like the points in the agenda are to be delivered. I also wanted to share one of my reflections in the keynote address po of Dr. Galase when she talked about, you know, the role of patriarchy as it holds women back. One of the logics of patriarchy is the sense of power over another person. And this is something that people have oftentimes taken for granted. Patriarchy leads people to think your only choices are you either control or be controlled. You either dominate or risk being dominated in the process. And that's definitely a central principle to examine also in initiatives or interventions for fostering women's participation in building peace, security, and fostering social justice. To what extent have people actually modeled patriarchal values, or even women among themselves? Maybe they've also internalized these values because it's been so normalized around them. And that's also why I think like this ties in with what Dr. Galase mentioned about how in relief and recovery, it's important to also avoid replicating old inequalities. And that's also definitely why, as she mentioned, we need to address, for example, the barriers to women's participation, like by ensuring meaningful participation, protection and support, strengthening economic leadership, definitely to boost the independence of women and to give them confidence, to strengthen social leadership, where women are at the center, not just a side piece in terms of social life, to invest in education and advocacy so as to educate women in leadership, mediation, and peace building, and to model environmental community action, as well as to foster intergenerational, intercultural, and intersectional leadership, to promote inclusivity, and also to localize policies and commitments so that we can translate national policies on women, peace, and security into local action plans, and ultimately empower women and the succeeding generations in the long run. The keynote address definitely captured structural barriers, but also women's agency. And we have to consider these intersecting identities in women's peace efforts and peace building as a whole. It's also definitely important to involve women in decision-making to benefit them. As I mentioned earlier, after all, this is because privilege is not only visible, privilege is not visible until it is challenged. And, like this plays out, for example, in our approaches to dealing with problems or threats to security, whether it's in the form of tribal or ethno-religious violence. And then, just some parting thoughts. Dr. Galase captured the importance of dialogue as an approach to peace building. Because and this fits with a gendered approach. Like if you look at the dialogue model, this is something that's very much associated with the way women and girls have been socialized. Talk things over. You know what I mean? Baka naman pwedeng pag-usapan. Something along those lines, rather than imposing one's will over another person. The opposite of building or engaging in the dialogue model is what you'd call the dominator model, which is very patriarchal in its orientation. When you engage in fighting, aggression, you know what I mean? It's about who is better, who is seen as stronger, superior to the other, without learning from someone who is seen as one's opponent or enemy. So I think like if we are able to promote a more open, inclusive model of dialogue, this would be helpful in engaging with the pillars of security and peace building. And then in terms of just some parting thoughts also, I think it's also important to see that women's involvement in peace building, security, and social justice initiatives, it forms part of the journey of people in different communities and cultures. And like this inclusion of women's perspectives in promoting justice and peace ultimately fulfills the mandate and mission of multiple social institutions, whether it's the government, education, religious sectors. So that's what I have po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Veloso, for your thoughtful and deeply reflective response to the keynote message of Dr. Galase. Our aim is not only to discuss but to discover, not only to speak but to listen actively. Every perspective shared here contributes to the collective tapestry of knowledge and understanding. Let's get straight to the core of our discussion. I encourage each of you to actively participate, ask questions, and share your thoughts. Let's make this open forum a space where ideas flourish and connections are forged. If you wish to ask a question, you may approach the microphone at the center aisle and please state your name and the agency where you are connected. You can ask one direct, concise question and if needed, one follow-up question. For those joining us on Facebook Live and on our YouTube channel, you may also send your question through the chat box or comment section. The questions will be read aloud during the discussion. And please take note that there will be documenters who will record the process and the questions raised for this forum. Let's now hear our first question. Anyone from our participants? Once again, you may approach the microphones. All right.
Maayong buntag, good morning, magandang umaga po. Salamat sa presentation nyo, Dr. Galase. I am amazed kasi ikaw palang isa sa mga crafter ng EO 570, Series 2006. Yun yung institutionalization of peace education in the training of teachers and the elementary curriculum yata. Okay, so there's this incident na lang para direkta. One of the CHED regional office, okay, asked us in MSU. Ako nga pala si Jane Ruby Asperin from Mindanao State University, Marawi City. Para diretsahan na lang makontextualize ang question ko. Question po ang pag-offer namin ng MA on Peace and Development Studies. Kung naalala niyo po, panahon ni President Ramos, MAEP, Mindanao Advanced Education Program, isa ito sa in-offer, nagkaroon ng collaboration ang mga university sa Mindanao para magkaroon ng offer ng graduate course on MA and PhD on Peace and Development. Pero question po ng CHED, kasi bakit daw nag-o-offer ng MA on Peace and Development, walang undergraduate offering nito, like BS or BA. So, pero kung tingnan mo naman ang mga memo ng CHED, I think 2001 may memo, and then 2019, siguro dahil sa 2017 problema sa Marawi, nagkaroon na naman ng memo encouraging institutions to offer peace education. Pero I'm seeing here a disconnect. I don't know if I'm correct, but in other countries, the graduate offerings doesn't have to have a vertical offering sa undergrad. Bakit sa Pilipinas, kailangan, bago ka makapag-offer ng graduate offering na to, dapat may kanyan, undergrad. Does it not defeat the purpose na graduate curriculum program should be integrative, should be holistic approach, should along that line. So, being a person na naka-influence ka pala, nakatulong ka sa pag-craft ng EO 570. Baka po matulungan natin yung mga disconnect na to, na mga gap na to, na magkaroon ng katugunan. Kasi nagpapa-COPC tayo, right? Lahat ng mga graduate programs natin, kailangan magkaroon ng COPC, makapasa sa CHED. Pero kung ini-question nila, ba't ka nag-o-offer ng ganyan? Wala kang BA. Tapos, another item also. Hindi namin ma-encourage yung mga teachers sa DepEd sa BARM na mag-MA on Peace and Development. Kasi hindi daw vertical, hindi i-honor ang kanilang promotion. Alam naman natin ngayon, di ba, bago ka makapromote, kailangan nag-MA ka or PhD. I don't know kung sa mga estudyante natin dito, merong mga teachers or magtuturo after graduation. Pero yun po yung dalawang disconnect na nakikita ko sa policy ng EO 570 with the CHED memo and the requirements for our teachers to go to graduate programs and as a requirement for their promotion. Nga pala, maraming salamat, if I cannot say it later, sa Father Saturnino Urios University sa convene ng Mindanao Peace Studies Conference. My salutation. Maraming salamat, Father.
Thank you so much, much, Ms. Jane, for bringing that up. It's very important, and I can understand the frustration because I was also Vice President for Academic Affairs, for some time in Miriam College, and I encountered the same for some courses that we tried to offer in the graduate school, but because it had no corresponding BA program, then they weren't actually approved. So I can understand that frustration. So, well, your concern are really, or your request is for us to help you with the disconnect. So we do have colleagues at the chat, so we will bring up the matter to them, especially because there's an EO. It's not only the EO 570, but there are also CHED memos to this effect, so we have actually two. So we can mention this to them. The only problem is, it really depends on who's sitting there. So if the one who's chairing CHED is supportive of the peace education agenda, then it's easier. Of course, no, we'll, when it was Dr. Liquan, and actually who was there because she was also from Miriam, so, that wasn't questioned. So it's really anywhere, the importance of leadership is very important. That's why we need to have people, in leadership positions that will actually, see a bigger that sees a bigger perspective. Why are we offering peace education? What is it for? So I think that really somehow is related to what Diane and I are talking about today about the importance of women's participation. Because if only men are deciding on matters like this, perhaps the picture is not very complete. But for women who are very grounded on the issues of peace and security, perhaps there's more openness. So we will see what we can do, Jane. We do not really have a complete answer for you right now, but thank you for bringing this up, and we'll see if there's something we can do by bringing this up, with people that we know in CHED. But thanks a lot to MSU, because MSU, through the leadership of Vice President Alma, I know is actively working on the integration of peace education in the curriculum. And really, it starts in the mind. We are all very familiar with the UNESCO quotation that if wars begin in the minds of women and men, then it is in the minds of women and men that we can construct the defenses of peace. That's why, peace education is very important. And hopefully, all of you in this session, this is like a capacity building session. This is an education session that Urios has provided you. We hope that you have appreciated why peace is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Galase, and thank you, ma'am, for that question. Anyone from our participants who still wish to ask question to our speaker and our reactor? Okay. So I actually have here question, ma'am. This is from an anonymous participant. He would prefer to keep his identity anonymous. How can communities ensure that women's participation in peace processes is not only inclusive but also disruptive, in the sense that it challenges unjust systems, redefines leadership, and transforms power relations? Dr. Veloso can answer as well. Yes, Doc.
Hi, good morning. Sabi po ni Dr. Galase, ako daw muna sasagot. So, that's a very interesting question, to look at how women's, participation is also disruptive.
In peace processes is not only inclusive but also disruptive.
Yeah. I think that's an important angle to consider. Because how women and girls, for that matter, have often been socialized is you have to be nice. You have to be submissive. You have to be passive. In the face of injustice, you cannot be nice, submissive, and passive. That will just work against you and the generations after you. So it's definitely important to be disruptive in the sense of challenging power systems and entrenched injustice. If it makes people uncomfortable, so be it, because they've been so comfortable in their privileges in the long run. So I think being disruptive also where it matters is a way of promoting po the empowerment of women. On that note, abante, babae.
Thank you, Doc Veloso. Doc Galase?
I love that, Dr. Veloso. And I also love the question about women being disruptive. Well, I love telling stories. I'm a storyteller. And, the very first time that I actually talked about the Women, Peace and Security agenda in one forum here in Mindanao, that was in 2007, I remember very well. And there was like a leader in the community who stood up, took the microphone and said, "Why do you want to become leaders? You're women. Look at you. Your voice is so seductive. It's going to be very difficult for men like me to think straight, hearing a voice like yours." Exactly. Oh my God. And the second reason he said was that women actually get their monthly period, and therefore they're so erratic in their thinking. They are irrational, and cannot think straight whenever they have their monthly period, when they're visited every month, by that, I was dumbfounded, of course. I didn't know what to say. But the women in the communities themselves, one by one, also just like what happened, in Papua New Guinea, one by one, the women in the group, in that community stood up and said, "How old are you? When were you born?" So they were disruptive, and all of them, started saying, but where is that idea coming from? And it's not just like one person, but one woman after another from their own community taking the microphone until the man said, "Okay, I gave up my case." So that is an example of being disruptive, and I hope that women will be brave enough to do so, just like that woman in 2007. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Galase and Dr. Veloso. Any more questions from our on-site participants? Once again, you can approach the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Angela Rose A. Rosal, a representative from the La Salle John Bosco College in Bislig City. So far, this discussion has referenced women working together in order to build peace. I wanted to ask, how would you, or what should we do when there are women who do not want to participate in leadership, or women who are very comfortable in their roles as submissive servants to men and do not wish or may sometimes even disrupt other women who try to have leadership roles? Thank you.
May I say something? Okay, so, well, the way I would see it, like for women who are, as you said, submissive to men and who don't want to engage in leadership, the way I look at it is they've most likely internalized the patriarchy. They've internalized how society and cultural norms have conditioned women to stay this way. So you can only do so much. If women decide that they're going to stay submissive, we also have to respect their agency, no matter how uncomfortable or upsetting it might seem to us. And maybe they learn firsthand, like through their own experiences, if there are any encounters they have that actually make them realize that there are also pitfalls to women's submissiveness. But it's also important that we don't impose this, don't enable such people to impose this mentality on other women. If they believe they'd rather be submissive to men, let them. But for them to generalize and say all women should be like this, I think we have to draw the line at that, because this will keep women disempowered by a patriarchal society.
It's beautiful, Dr. Veloso. I think I mentioned a story a while ago about this, about the woman who approached me when I was doing a training on political participation. So after the first session, she came to me and said, "I want to go home. This is not for me. Because I am a second-class citizen and I'm supposed to be in private space." Dr. Galase, ang lugar ko lang po ay sa bahay. Ganun po ang lugar namin mga babae. Sa bahay lang po kami. That's what he said. Uuwi na po ako. And I did not force her to stay. But I did not force her to, all what I said was just, "Would you want us to finish the morning session and you may go afterwards?" But then the second session became very interesting for her. That she stayed in the afternoon. She stayed the second day. And she attended, our, the next trainings and run for office, as counselor. She lost, and that would have discouraged her, but she continued, being a community organizer. So as Dr. Veloso had said, we don't force, all these ideas that we have. You just actually open the space for them to learn, and it's up to them if they want to take the learning. So remember that story about that woman who internalized patriarchy, believed that she did not have the capability, believed that she was a lesser being, she was secondary compared to man, that she did not have anything to contribute, and that her space was the home. That was her belief. But after given the space, after being given that space and reflecting on what I was saying, what other people in the room were saying, decided to stay on, learn more about why women should participate, and got inspired to take it on. Okay, so whatever internalized structures there are, they can actually be challenged if spaces are given to them. That's why there's power in education, there's power in capacity building, because it changes actually people's viewpoints. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc Galase and Dr. Veloso. Any more questions? We can still entertain questions from our participants on site. Okay, we actually have another one question from actually it's from our colleague, ma'am, Doc. Okay. So the question is, this is related to, I believe, your presentation earlier about intergenerational on what can we do. So the question is, what forms of intergenerational leadership can emerge when young women in Mindanao are empowered to carry forward the unfinished work of peace and justice?
Because I was like intergenerational. Okay, so the two of us will respond because it is an intergenerational question. For example, in the Philippines, you have the Young Women Leaders Philippines. It's a space or a venue by which you can support the cause of women's participation. So it's actually based in Mindanao, the leadership. So in MSU, I think Jensen. So you can approach me later if you're interested. And then just want to tell you the story of the Young Women Leaders Bangladesh. So because there are like 1 million refugees in Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh, and the young women leaders there, just 12 of them, they teach numeracy and literacy to the refugees, the young women in Cox's Bazar, the refugees, the Rohingya refugees from Myanmar. And well, just a little bit context, of course, there's militarization in Myanmar, the government authorities, persecuting different people, especially the Rohingyas. These are the Muslims, so they fled to Bangladesh, and there's like 1 million of them living in tents in Bangladesh. So we work there, and we formed the Young Women Leaders of Bangladesh, and they are the ones teaching them numeracy and literacy. Tinuturuan pong magbasa at magsulat. It's a very important skill, that's very empowering. So that's what you can do. You can look for spaces where you can support. So that's what they do. Hindi lang po yun ang ginagawa nila, not just literacy and numeracy. They help also promote social cohesion, because the women in the host communities in Cox's Bazar are upset, about the presence of 1 million refugees in Bangladesh, in Cox's Bazar. So they promote activities that will actually help, promote mutual understanding and friendship between the young people of the two cultures. And then they also, whenever there's a humanitarian concern, for example, flooding, the young women leaders in Bangladesh will go from one, tent to another, giving, relief goods. So they also do humanitarian work. And so many more. So these are some of the things that young women leaders can do, young people like you can do. Look for opportunities, whether that be humanitarian, whether that be empowerment, whether that be organizing or joining networks, the young women leaders, for example, or the Gen Ps, that's what you call Generation Ps. So these are just like, but they're just like ways by which you can help. I'd like to let you know that I believe so much in the power of the youth, because I started as a young person as well. I've been doing this for the last perhaps 45 years of my life. I'm 61 years old now. So when I was in high school, I started because that was like martial law. I was already going to urban poor communities, I'm talking about human rights. And then it went on until I was in college. I was on the streets, of Lawton, talking about the importance of democracy and against authoritarianism until I became, a teacher, a young teacher, and I continued doing so. And until now, I'm here. This is my life, and I cannot imagine, living a life that is not, that does not recognize, the problems that the communities face. And I believe so much in that because I femtor also young women who are now themselves femtoring even younger women. I don't say mentoring because it's very inclusive, and I hope that femtoring is not inclusive. It's just like, that I'm making a good balance of the words. So femtor instead of mentor, so that we do play with balancing there. And so, so I believe in the ripple effect that when the older women actually femtor younger women, that they themselves femtor younger women. So, it goes on and on and on, right? Do it now because, when people start young, they're able to do a lot, So in the 45 years that I've been doing this, I am sure that, there are a lot of hearts that, have been inspired in the process, and I hope that you'll take it on as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Yes, Doc Veloso.
Sige, just to add, the question was about intergenerational peace building, right?
Yes, Doc.
Ayun. The question actually got me to reflect on what I've also encountered. I've been doing a lot of peace and justice work since I was a teenager or even before that. And then it's also reflected in my own research. Over the past years po, I've done research in conflict zones in different parts of Mindanao. So one of my research projects was about people who were displaced by the Zamboanga siege. And I remember some of my encounters with people in the communities where internally displaced people ended up relocating to after the main evacuation center, the grandstand was closed. Some of these were transitory sites, maybe like just a pump boat away from Basilan. And there was a time I talked to, when I did a focus group discussion, one of the participants was a senior citizen who was displaced by the conflict between the government, which was then under former President Marcos Sr. and the Moro community. When conflict broke out in Sulu, she migrated to Zamboanga. Only for her daughter later on, for her to be displaced by the Zamboanga siege, and her daughter was also displaced, so were her grandchildren displaced. So I think like that encounter made me see the value of fostering peace across generations so that the younger generation will no longer need to experience, like the atrocities of armed conflict and violence that the older generations experienced. I remember that what's this older woman mentioned how it was re-traumatizing for her. She thought she would never be displaced again after she relocated from Sulu to Zamboanga, only for her to be displaced several decades later when the conflict broke out. And what's also very alarming is what about the younger generation? Will they grow up also to normalize violence around them? When I also did research in Iligan, Baloi, and Marawi City at the height of the Marawi siege several years later, this was also a concern po that was raised. Some of the people mentioned, it's important to address the youth because if they grow up normalizing conflict and violence, they might grow up to be the next generation of people who will support those engaged in extremism and armed conflict. And then on a more positive note, I think like in the last years, I also went on a research trip to Sulu. And I think like that also made me realize the value of building peace and fostering it across generations. Some of the places that I went to Sulu were areas that used to be seen as places that were unsafe for people just because of the extent of armed conflict. But the fact that all of these have been, turning around, changing since the pandemic onward, actually goes to show that there are people who are proactive in building peace for the younger generations. In the past, in Sulu, people were afraid to be out at 3 p.m. They had to go home, 3, 4 p.m. at the latest because of the fear of being victimized by violence. But now, the younger generations can enjoy being out at 6, 7 o'clock just because they feel safer. So I think like that really shows the value of building peace and fostering, peace oriented mindsets across generations so that the younger generation can definitely benefit from it. Thank you po.
Hannah, may I add to that? Because
Yes,
I just remembered
sure,
something.
Doc.
Just very quickly, you know, my organization, the Global Network of Women Peace Builders, we're actually based in New York. So our headquarters is there. It's just that, you know, I work from home. I just go to the office once in a while. Our staff, you know, our team members is 70% under 35 years old. I would like to think of it as a model because, it's composed of younger women, our organization, and we give them the space to grow. So, for example, just last October, because we were in New York for the 25th anniversary of 1325, and I was asked to speak in 6 high-level events in the United Nations. I spoke to the other women there, and I gave, you know, like them, you know, the opportunities to speak. And I said, would you like to accept the invitation of the United Nations? Would you like to accept the invitation of the Embassy of Switzerland? Would you like to accept the invitation of the Department of Peacekeeping? And they said, you think we can do it, Dr. Galassi? Of course you can. You've been doing this in Eastern Europe. You've been doing this in Asia. So you can talk about your experience. No one can actually question your experience because that is your experience. And they did. And they're so amazing that one of you know, the organizers even wrote me, Soda was so powerful. She was so good. And I was telling myself, because she spoke from the heart, she spoke from the experience. So, you know, if the older generation within your organization do not have that kind of thinking of being dominators, you know, if they have that kind of thinking that every person, regardless of age or regardless of, you know, like background, you know, is capable of the and really have that belief in her heart, and hopefully they have, you know, they will give that space for other people to grow. So that's very important. Whatever organization, whether also it being the academe, you know, if we give space for younger people to thrive, to grow, you know, they will grow in that space. You know, for as long as, you know, there's actually femtoring or mentoring happening, you know, like within. So open the space for younger people. They can lead, you know, they can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc, for answering the question. Another question from our colleague. This is from Marie Chris Abuan. So her question is, in what ways does economic inequality reinforce women's exclusion from peace and governance processes, and how can this barrier be addressed sustainably? Anyone who would like to go first, Doc? Okay.
Okay, thank you for that question. Well, one of the things that comes to mind right away is like if you look at economic inequality, that becomes a way of controlling women and keeping them in subordinate positions. I mean, for example, like I'm also basing it from what I've seen in my research. Let's say a woman is she doesn't have her own income and trigger warning gender-based violence through domestic violence. Let's say she's in an abusive marriage or relationship. Without her own resources, she and or any children she has might not be able to leave the abuser readily. So I think like economic equality and access to economic resources is very much important in empowering people. And then, you know, access to livelihood, access to capital. That's something that can easily be used to to empower women, because without these resources, it will be very difficult for them to have their own income, and then in a lot of ways that can also lead them to be trapped in or locked into abusive situations because they don't feel equipped with the resources to live, you know, very hostile, toxic environments. So I think that's something that's very much important, just to show women that they can be more, despite the way society has conditioned them to be passive, subservient, to prioritize being at home.
There's a saying that those who hold the gold holds the power, you know. So if the women are not economically secure and are not economically empowered, the dominated relationship actually is perpetuated. So it's very important, you know, for women also to be able to. It's also important for women to challenge the dominated, you know, relationship, and they can free themselves, you know, from such if they are economically empowered. So that's how it relates actually to peace, you know, because there's like more peace in the home. There's feels like more empowerment, and women can make more decisions when they also hold the purse. So that's very important. So for the women who are here, thank you for going to school. Thank you for your, dreaming of careers, because that's how you can be more empowered individuals. I hope that when you get married, you will not say that, oh, I can stay home, I'm married, and the man can provide. That will limit your decision-making abilities. That will limit your power. You will be there not because you want to hold power, it's because you want to share the decision-making with your husbands. Because if you actually make yourselves less by saying, no, it's okay, honey, you can just do the work and I'll stay at home, then, the dominator-dominated relationship can continue or can actually thrive or begin. So I hope that you will not give up, on your dreams and, become empowered individuals. And that's the reason why you are here in these schools. And I hope that the men who are here, when you get married, you will not, coerce or force your wives to stay at home and say, I will, I will be the one, to go out and, earn money for the family. Stay home and take care of the kids. If your wives want to work, if your wives, want actually to make a living and help you and actually powering through, do not stop them, because they also have the right to do so. They want to lead, more capable lives and more empowered lives. Do not stop them. So I'm talking to you men, I'm not only talking to you women. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc Veloso and Doc Galase. Now we have one last question. This is not from an anonymous participant. She just gave me a green sign to mention her name. This question is from CJ. So her question is, how can women's participation in peace building strategically expose and transform the hidden privileges embedded in patriarchal and institutional systems so that inclusion becomes not just representational, but redistributive of power and opportunity?
An example would be the GPH MILF peace process. There were so many women in the government panel, so many women in the technical panel. It was very empowering, Also on the MILF side, there were women in the technical panel and in the panel. And so what happened there was that the women decided to add provisions that will actually better the lives of women. That's how women's participation can actually break the dominator relations. What was the question specifically? Am I answering the question, CJ? Hannah? But
Her question, Doc, is how can women's participation in peace building strategically expose and transform the hidden privileges embedded in patriarchal and institutional systems so that inclusion becomes not just representational but redistributive of power and opportunity?
So I answered the question because it was not tokenism, it was not symbolic. The representation of Miriam Coronel Ferrer, of Raisa Jajuri, of Yasmin Busranlao, and the other members of the technical panel. There were so many women. There's so many of them in the peace process, and that actually, influenced the content of the peace agreement, influenced the content of the normalization, section of the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro, because there were women who were part of the panel. So that's how, we do it. We make sure that it's not symbolic, because they will also change the conversation. They will change the dialogue process, and they will shape the outcome, of the dialogue. You want to add something there?
Okay, thank you po, Doc. What I was going to actually also share is women working from the ground up, like doing work on the ground in peace building, that really has a very transformative impact. And I remember just reflecting on my own experiences, when I did research on people who were displaced by the Zamboanga siege, what actually led to that was, for context, I was doing a consultancy project then with the Philippine National Police on organized crime, and I really insisted on interviewing IDPs because they also had their own stories to tell about the extent of illegal activity in the grandstand where a lot of them were concentrated at. And that encounter, actually, that experience brought me in contact with the peacekeepers. And then when I continued doing research there on my own, even after the grandstand closed down, what I actually was able to see was the participation of women, mainly those from minority ethnic or ethno-religious, ethno-linguistic groups, that really made a difference. Because I remember when I first arrived in the grandstand, I actually walked into a seminar where one of the peacekeepers, a woman, Bisaya, used to be married to Tausug, to a Tausug man, but they were separated. She was explaining the different forms of abuse and violence, and that really created an impact on the IDPs. When I did my own research there, some of the IDPs who participated in the FGDs I conducted said, this is the only time we learned may karapatan pala kami. We have rights. So women working from the ground up, even with their own concerns. I remember the peacekeepers, a lot of times, of course, they lived in the community. People would run to them during yet another altercation with their spouses. But through counseling, through seminars, they also realized they have rights after all. And this is something that they weren't socialized or taught to believe. And I also remember seeing how there was a ripple effect. For example, one of the women who I interviewed, she benefited from these education sessions or seminars on women's rights and gender-based violence. She is also a leader in the Sama Bajau community. Well, she's deceased now. She became the first to leave an abusive spouse or husband. And because in the past, she said, in their community, that wasn't often done. Women were just told or conditioned they had to put up with it. And then when she decided to leave her abusive ex-spouse, other women also decided that, they are also empowered to make similar decisions. So I think we cannot underestimate how, for example, addressing peace-related concerns from the ground up really makes a difference. Because, like, for example, addressing gender-based violence, it's also like what people go through. It's a reflection of violence on a larger scale. And this is a central concern po to peace building.
Go ahead, Dr.
I'll
Galasi.
add something to that, and also to continue my story a while ago. I remember the first time we spoke, and I won't be shy to give this example. The first time we spoke to the MILF about women's participation, and I have a photograph of this. That's why they cannot refute this. They were all like this. All arms crossed and like poker faced, looking at us, and we were there, talking about the importance of women's participation, the importance of integrating gender perspectives into the peace agreement. They were so serious and all arms crossed. But months passed, and there were more women talking about, like women's participation and women's inclusion, and they were the ones already, talking about it in seminars, in open forums. They will say, well, we're talking about, inclusion of gender perspectives, because women, they have to participate. We're like, that's like a win. So that's how you actually, that example of women's participation have actually changed the game, and with mindsets, shifting, with perhaps beliefs and attitudes, changing. So I thought that was really very useful. And of course, that the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro has very important gender perspectives, including the codes that they actually worked on later on. Thank you.
So much, Doc. And so that ends our open forum. So to our participants, thank you so much for your active participation in asking questions to our speaker and reactor. We have been privileged to hear from remarkable speakers this morning who have generously shared their knowledge, expertise, and valuable insights. In recognition of their invaluable contributions, we have prepared plaques of appreciation. These plaques symbolize our profound appreciation for the time, effort, and expertise that each speaker has dedicated to making this event a resounding success. May I call on Reverend Father Randy Jasper C. Odchige, the University President, our Vice President for Academic Affairs and Research, Dr. Arlene M. Floreta, the Vice President for Administrative and Student Affairs, Engineer Zinaida Azura, to hand in the plaque of appreciation to our keynote speaker. Let me read to you the text. Father Saturnino Urius University awards this plaque of appreciation to Dr. Jasmine Nario Galase in recognition of her invaluable service and inspiring commitment as keynote speaker during the Mindanao Peace Studies Conference 11 with the theme Inclusive Peace, Centering Women's Participation in Building Communities, held at the CBE Function Hall, Father Saturnino Urius University on November 11, 2025. Her dedication to advancing peace education and empowering communities has greatly enriched the conference and inspired the pursuit of inclusive peace in Mindanao and beyond. Given this 11th day of November 2025 at Father Saturnino Urius University, Butuan City, Philippines. Signed, Father Randy Jasper C. Odchige, University President. The same plaque of appreciation is likewise awarded to Dr. Diana Therese M. Veloso for her invaluable service and inspiring commitment as reactor during the Mindanao Peace Studies Conference 11 with the theme Inclusive Peace, Centering Women's Participation in Building Communities, held at the CBE Function Hall, Father Saturnino Urius University on November 11, 2025. May we request Dr. Galase to please be on stage or kindly join Dr. Veloso, Father Randy, Ma'am Zen, and Ma'am Floretta for a photo op. Thank you. This morning's presentation reminded us that inclusive peace begins when every person, especially women, is given the space and opportunity to lead, participate, and help shape their communities. It deepened our understanding that peace is not simply the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice, equality, and dignity for all. By centering women's experiences and leadership, communities become more resilient, compassionate, and secure. The discussion challenged us to recognize that true and lasting peace can only be achieved when women's voices are heard, their contributions valued, and their roles fully integrated in every effort toward building just and peaceful societies. It leaves us with the hope that through continued collaboration and commitment, we can all become partners in nurturing a peace that is inclusive, enduring, and transformative. Once again, let us give a warm round of applause to our keynote speaker, Dr. Jasmine Nario Galase, and our reactor, Dr. Diana Therese M. Veloso. Thank you so much, Doc. It has truly been worthwhile listening to their insightful and inspiring talks. So now, before we take a break, please scan the QR code on the screen to check the breakout session schedules and topics. This will help you decide which session you wish to join. We will now have a 20-minute health break. And before we conclude, the Mindanao Peace Studies Conference 11 would like to extend its heartfelt gratitude to our partners, Bantay Kita, Private Education Assistance Committee, and Equiparco Foundation. We also deeply appreciate the support of various government agencies, civil society organizations, the Diocese of Butuan, and all participating schools. Your partnership and active participation have been instrumental in making this conference a success. For the breakout sessions, Session A will take place at the back area. Session B will be held here in this hall, and Session C will remain at the CBE boardroom upstairs. If you need any assistance in finding your room, our secretariat team will be happy to assist you. And before you proceed to your chosen session, please also take a moment to scan the QR code for the evaluation form that will be presented shortly. Your feedback is valuable in helping us improve future conferences. Once again, daghang salamat ug maayong adlaw kanatong tanan.
check. Mic check.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Breakout Session B of the Mindanao Peace Studies Conference 11, bearing the theme Women in Leadership. This conference is in collaboration with Bantay Kita,
Good
Private
morning,
Education
everyone,
Assistance
and welcome
Committee,
to the
or
breakout
PEAC,
session B
and
of the
Equi
Mindanao
Parco
Peace Studies
Foundation.
Conference 11.
This is
bearing
a
the
hybrid
theme,
session,
Inclusive
hence
Peace,
we have
centering
FB
women's
Live and
participation in
on-site
building
participants.
communities. This conference
Simultaneous
is in
in this
collaboration
session
with
are
Bantay
two
Kita,
other breakout
Private Education
sessions
Assistance
in various
Committee,
presentation
Equi
halls
Parco
in the
Foundation
university.
Incorporated.
I am
Simultaneous in
Orbel
this
Supas
session
of Father
are the two
Saturnino
other breakout
Urias
sessions in
University,
the other
your
presentation halls
facilitator
in the
in this
university.
session.
I am
With
Joanna
me is Ms.
Patrici
Bea
Berdin
Angeline
of Father
Campura,
Saturnino Urias
taking
University,
the proceedings of
your
this
facilitator for
session.
this session.
To
And with me
facilitate
is
a
Mr.
seamless
William
flow of the
Carlo
session,
Antonio Sanchez,
may I remind
taking
everyone of the
proceedings
mechanics
this
of the
session.
presentation.
To facilitate
Each
a
speaker
seamless
is
flow
given
of the
20
session,
minutes
may I
for
remind
his or
everyone
her
of the mechanics of the
presentation.
presentation.
The timekeeper will
Each
flash the
speaker is
remaining
given
time
20
in
minutes
10 and
for
5
their
minutes
presentation.
to queue
The
for wrap-up.
timekeeper will flash
Please
the remaining
observe the
time in
allocated
10
time
and 5 minutes
so that the
to
other
queue for
speaker
wrap-up.
and the participants
Please observe
will
the
also
allocated
have the
time
chance
so
to
that
ask
the
their
speakers
questions
and
in
the
the
participants will
15-minute
also have
open
the
forum.
chance to ask their questions.
May I request
in the
our
15-minute
on-site
open
participants
forum.
to turn off your
May I
mobile
request
phones
everyone
or
to
put
turn
them
off
in
your
silent
mobile
mode.
phones
You
or
may
put
take
them
note
in
of your
silent
questions
mode.
and raise
You may
them in
take
the open
note
forum
of your questions
later.
and raise them in the open forum.
May I now introduce our first presenter.
Our first speaker
She
is
is
a
an
faculty
independent
member of the
scholar
Master of Arts
focusing
in
on the
Peace and Development
intersection
Studies
of gender,
and the History Department
security,
at the College
and
of Social
institutional
Sciences
development.
and Humanities
She is
at
an
the
alumna
Mindanao
from
State
this
University
university
in Marawi
and a
City.
graduate
She was
from the
born in
University
Cagayan de
of the
Oro City
Philippines,
and now
Diliman.
resides in
She
Iligan
is a
City
former
with her
president
husband
of
and
the UP
daughter.
Katilingban
She
sa mga anak
earned her
Mindanao,
Bachelor of Arts
a
in History
collective
from
of
Marawi State
Mindanaoan
University,
students
a
in
Master
UP
of Arts in
Diliman,
Peace and Development
dedicated
from
to
Xavier
promoting
Ateneo de
just
Cagayan
peace
University,
and genuine
and a
development
doctorate in
in
Sustainable
Mindanao,
Development Studies
and
from
personally
MSU
demonstrated
She has
immediate
been with
community
Marawi State
resilience
University since
by establishing
1993
the first
and has
community
actively
pantry
promoted
in
peace and
Caraga
development
region.
advocacy
To
for
present her
Mindanao
paper,
over the years.
The historical
Ladies
proof,
and gentlemen, let
the
us
women's
warmly
rights
welcome
movement
Professor
as
Jane
essential
Ruby
peace
J.
building in the
Asperin,
Philippines.
DISTS.
Everyone, let us welcome Ms. Maria Sherma Pilen T. Alegre.
Salamat, ma'am. Daghan kaing salamat. So, DISDS, dili na DDS, ha? Oh, magklaro
Thank
lang
you, Ma'am
ta.
Orbel. Good morning,
And
everyone.
then,
I'm
oh,
Sherma
kanang
Alegre.
Mindanao
And
State
this is my
University
paper
po.
on the historical
Oh, baka
proof,
pagalitan ako
the
ng
women's
sending
rights
institution
movement
ko.
as essential peace
Hindi siya
building in the
Marawi,
Philippines.
State University.
So
Mindanao State
when we look at
University.
the history
So,
of women's rights in the Philippines, we
hindi
often
po ako
see a
lumaki na
political
katulad
narrative.
ninyo nababad sa YouTube.
A decades-long
So, yung
struggle
aking
for
English
legal
na dala po,
recognition,
isang dosena lang.
health access,
So,
and
hopefully,
economic
you will allow me to
equality.
speak in English.
We see,
And then
we
nag-English
see
na ako.
policy fights in
Okay.
legislative
20
halls,
minutes lang, diba?
and we see
So,
mobilization in the streets.
Okay.
But what if we are looking at
Alam
the
natin
wrong
sa
map?
Mindanao,
What
lalo
if this
sa amin
movement
doon,
wasn't
sa
just
bandang,
about politics and
BARM,
policy,
it's really ridden
but was
with
always
conflict
fundamentally
over the
about
years.
peace
Hindi lang
building
yan
and structural
20th
security?
century, but centuries old talaga since
So
colonial
to
period.
understand this
And
fundamental
so,
shift, we
Women
must
Leader for
first
Peace and
challenge our
Prosperity,
notion
like Dr.
or our
Erlinda S.
idea
Olakasan,
of what
magandang
peace
tingnan
is.
nyo kanilang
So for
kontribusyon.
decades, the
I don't have
Philippines
to
has chased what the
overemphasize
father
the
of peace
importance of
studies,
women
Johann
leadership kasi na
calls negative peace. Negative peace is just
na-explain ito
the mere
kanina.
absence of
So,
violence.
what brought
So
her to
these may be
Mindanao?
through
How did she
ceasefires and
thrive?
truces.
How did she become a
But this
leader?
narrow focus on the
Ang
effects of
ginamit ko
conflict,
po
however,
na
has failed us.
Method
Despite
is,
these efforts, we
I
are
coined it
constantly
historico-phenomenological
undermined by pervasive and
research.
chronic
Kasi yung
conflict.
background ko na discipline
This
is
brings
history,
us to his
but I
other
also
crucial
am very much
concept, which we call
into
the
gathering the voices of
structural
people on the
violence.
ground as
This
to
is
their lived
institutionalized
experience
harm.
of the subject
It's the invisible
of my
oppression
research.
woven into
Nga
our
pala,
legal,
baka nagtaka
economic,
kayo
and
there's some
cultural
change
systems.
sa
This can manifest through
title.
patriarchy,
Hindi pala siya
political
daughter.
political
She was the
exclusion, and
granddaughter
even
of
poverty.
Simeon Ola,
Our central
the
argument is
general who was the last one to have
We cannot achieve national
surrendered
stability
to the American forces
if we leave
at
the systems of
during the American
if we leave the
colonial
systems
rule.
of
But he
oppression
started
intact.
fighting
So this
the Spaniards
paper,
and
we
then
offer a paradigm
progress
shift
into fighting
with the argument that the
Americans. But
continued
since this is not a
mobilization of
history the
feminist
Philippines,
organizations
I will not deal so
and
much on-
constant safeguarding of women's rights serve as vital
Bakit
and
Ola
under-recognized
Daskasan? Later
peace-building
we shall
effort.
see. So it was
This
a
is
troubled
essential,
years in Mindanao during
independent, and
her
verifiable-
college days. And that
verifiable
was the
force for
70s.
structural peace building.
Martial law was declared September 1972.
So we can
the
examine
following
this
month,
by showing that
the
first,
Marawi uprising of the black shirt,
the women's
and then there was this
movement
conflict in
actively
Lanao del Norte
intervenes
as
against
well
structural
against the
violence.
Ilaga.
The legislative proof
she
that through
knew
victories
beforehand,
such as the
before coming
suffrage,
to
Magna
Mindanao,
Carta
na
of
magulo
women, and the
sa
RH
Mindanao.
law are not just
And then,
policy. They are verifiable
At
structural
that time
agreements.
also, it was felt
And
that
third,
there
that this
is a need
mobilization is
for
an essential independent force for
Muslims
national
to be
stability
mainstream
and
in the
positive
main
peace.
body politic
where in
of
positive
the
peace,
Philippines
we
as a
actually
nation.
tackle the root causes of structural
Kailangan
violence.
talaga ma-facilitate
We
yung
will discuss how the true long-term
ah,
interventions that
assimilate
directly
yung mga,
dismantle the system
Muslim
conflicts
population of
that
Mindanao
fuel instability.
to the main body politic of
We are
the
going to
whole
examine the
Philippine
historical
archipelago.
proof
So
of
there-
and secured the resounding 447,725 votes. This transcends a legal win. This served as a core democratic peace-building structure by transforming women from subjects of governance into active political agents. This shift in political power led to practical civic improvements, reinforcing the legitimacy of the democratic system by making it responsive to broader social needs. Sorry. So with this, when we include marginalized voices, we don't just achieve justice, we achieve legitimacy of a democratic system. The second historical proof is the history of women's education in the Philippines. It is deeply rooted in the nation's colonial context. So during the Spanish colonization, formal education for women focused on religion and preparing them for a life of domesticity. This system reinforced traditional gender roles and limited women's participation in public life. The shift began during the American occupation. It introduced a public and secular school system that increased women's access to schooling. While this expansion often guided women toward traditionally feminine professions such as teaching and nursing, it fundamentally altered the landscape of female empowerment and political consciousness. We have to acknowledge that you can give a woman the right to vote, but without the right to knowledge such as literacy,
critical thinking, and access to non-discriminatory education, she cannot organize and articulate demands or even hold power effectively. The early feminist engagement with educational reform was strategic. Education is an act of peace because literacy and professional training equipped women to critically assess their subordinate status and challenge restrictive patriarchal structures. The fight for education was a necessary precursor to fully transform inclusion into effective political power. Third, it's the peace of health. So the decades-long, hard-fought battle for the Responsible Parenthood and Reproductive Health Act, or the RH law, it is a crucial case of structural peace. This movement successfully reframed the fight from one of morality or population control to one of bodily autonomy and human rights. The systemic denial of health services, especially the reproductive health rights, is a textbook example of structural violence. It is a policy mechanism that perpetuates poverty and marginalization. With the RH law, it is a poverty reduction strategy masquerading as a health policy. By mitigating unplanned pregnancies and allowing women control over their economic lives, it reduces poverty-driven instability and allows women to pursue education and pursue their own careers. The peace of health is the institutionalization of respect for a woman's life and agency, demonstrating that social structures can be reformed to uphold human dignity. Next, we look at the legislative victories of the women's movement that serve as structural blueprints for peace. First, we look at the peace in the most fundamental unit, the home. The Anti-Violence Against Women and Their Children Act promotes peace in the home. It criminalizes abuse, directly intervening in domestic patriarchy, a crucial yet historically overlooked source of structural violence. As global studies show, high rates of domestic violence correlate strongly with high rates of instability. So the Anti-Violence Against Women and Children Act is a community de-escalation mechanism. It institutionalizes the state's role in protecting its citizens from the intimate partner violence, creating baseline peace for safety. Next is the Magna Carta of Women. The Magna Carta of Women is the most comprehensive structural blueprint for positive peace. It seeks to eliminate discrimination through the recognition, protection, fulfillment, and promotion of the rights of Filipino women. It targets the root cause of conflict on multiple fronts. Looking at the Magna Carta of Women through a peace-building lens, it dismantles structural violence. By legally mandating economic and political inclusion, the law addresses root causes of poverty and marginalization that fuel chronic social conflict. Second, it institutionalizes accountability. It requires the establishment of gender and development focal points in all government agencies and mandates that a certain percentage of agency budgets be dedicated to gender-responsive programs. Third, it ensures stability. By providing legal recourse and economic security, the Magna Carta of Women helps stabilize families and communities. This is essential for broader national peace and legitimacy. The Magna Carta for Women is an economic security mandate and a democratic stabilizer. It legally ensures women's rights in conflict zones and transforms the state from a passive observer of inequality into an active architect of gender-sensitive peace. The effective transformation of these legal frameworks into sustained positive peace requires the continuous vigilant action of civil society. In the Philippines, feminist organizations function as essential non-state peace actors who build and maintain this infrastructure of peace. We highlight the complementary roles of two major non-state peace architects, Gabriela, and the Women's Legal and Human Rights Bureau. So Gabriela is a grassroots enforcement and vigilant construction crew. They provide immediate frontline defense, establish women's desk, and mobilize communities, ensuring that the laws are enforced at the street level. Meanwhile, the Women's Legal and Human Rights Bureau, these organizations provide the legal and policy defense. They monitor state adherence, offer legal aid, and ensure accountability, especially regarding the utilization of the gender and development budget. These laws create the framework, but organizations like these ensure the building doesn't collapse. They consistently challenge patriarchal systems, resist authoritarian abuses, and guarantee that the rights-based frameworks translate into actual stability. The historical proof is clear. The establishment and defense of gender rights in the Philippines is the infrastructure of long-term national stability. These legislative wins successfully resolve political contestation peacefully and dismantle structural violence. So to conclude, first is securing legislative victories for gender rights, those that address inclusion, education, health, and violence, is not a mere policy output, but a profound act of establishing positive peace. Peace that can actually be sustained and addresses the root cause of violence. These institutional achievements resolve political contestation peacefully, dismantle structural violence, and create a resilient and inclusive political order. These movements' continuous mobilization thus fundamentally recategorizes women not as beneficiaries of peace, but as core contributors to peace and security whose work is responsible for national stability. Our call to the global peace studies and community is we should stop seeing women as mere beneficiaries of peace and recognize them for what they are, which are essential active builders of peace. So to move forward, the recommendation is to prioritize the funding and political capital for gender and development, and to permanently reframe security policy around structural justice. That's my paper. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Alegre. Now, before I introduce the next presenter, may I remind again everyone to take note of your questions so you may raise some of them in the open forum later. Thank you. So our second presenter is a dedicated educator and community leader from Agusan del Sur. She currently serves as a lecturer under the Arts and Sciences program at this university. She holds a master's degree in public administration from Bukidnon State University and a bachelor's degree in sociology from Cagayan de Oro College. With over a decade of experience in both academic and government service, she has served in various capacities, including area coordinator for the DSWD Kalahi project, a faculty member at the Far Eastern University Cavite and Emilio Aguinaldo College, and a civil registry staff at the National Statistics Office. Her expertise and interests span public administration, community development, peace building, gender and leadership empowerment, and inclusive governance. She is an advocate for women empowerment and an active resource speaker on topics such as sustainable leadership, gender equality, and local governance. And she is a member of the International Congress of Innovation-Based Educators and Researchers Incorporated. Now, to present her paper, Empowering Women Leaders in Advancing Peace Building and Participatory Governance in Sibagat, Agusan del Sur, everyone, let us welcome Ms. Myra Chu A. Lido.
Thank you so much for the introduction, facilitator. Good morning, everyone. My name is Myra Chuamantiliedo, and it's my honor to present to you my research study entitled Empowering Women Leaders in Advancing Peace Building and Participatory Governance in Sibagat, Agusan del Sur. Once again, good morning, everyone. So to start with my research paper, so leadership is essential for peace, stability, and inclusive development. Over the years, women's leadership has gained recognition through a global and national frameworks promoting gender equality and governance participation. Internationally, the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and the Sustainable Development Goals 5 and 16 emphasize that peace is more sustainable when women are active leaders. In the Philippines, the Magna Carta of Women, or RA 9710, the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, and the National Action Plan on Women, Peace, and Security 2023 to 2033 institutionalize women's representation. Yet, barriers such as patriarchal norms and limited resources persist. The municipality of Sibagat, Agusan del Sur, presents a strong case of women's leadership, with both top executives and 30 women serving as office heads and community leaders. Anchored in agriculture and cultural diversity, Sibagat models participatory governance and grassroots peace building. From 2022 to 2024, partnerships with national agencies supported livelihood and capacity building programs strengthened by initiatives like the Seal of Good Local Governance and Gender and Development. This study examines how Sibagat women leaders overcome challenges, foster collaboration, and promote inclusive governance, demonstrating that empowering women at the grassroots drives sustainable peace and development. The conceptual paradigm integrates Kabir's empowerment theory and Laderac peace-building theory to explain how women leaders in Sibagat, Agusan del Sur advance inclusive governance and community peace. Kabir emphasizes that empowerment is achieved through access to resources, agency, and achievements, enabling women to make meaningful decisions and exercise leadership. Laderac frameworks highlights that sustainable peace is built on relationship founded on trust, participation, and reconciliation. Women's leadership serves as the vital link between empowerment and peace building, translating individual agencies into collective action. Ultimately, empowered women leaders contribute to inclusive, participatory, and sustainable governance that strengthens community peace and development. The general objective of this study is to analyze and describe how women leaders in Sibagat, Agusan del Sur are empowered to advance peace building and participatory governance. Specifically, it aims to describe how women leaders experience empowerment and their roles in peace building and local governance. To explore the contributions of women leaders to peace building and participatory decision making at the community level. To examine the challenges, barriers, and enabling factors affecting women's participation and leadership in local governance. And to analyze the impact of institutional and policy support mechanism available to women leaders, and to propose strategies or policy recommendation to strengthen women's empowerment, leadership capacity, and participation in peace building and participatory governance. This study utilized a qualitative descriptive research design to explore the lived experiences, perspectives, and meanings that women leaders in Sibagat, Agusan del Sur ascribe to their participation in peace building and local governance. The research was conducted in Sibagat, a culturally diverse municipality in the Caraga region, recognized for its participatory governance and peace-building initiatives, making it an ideal site for examining grassroots women's empowerment. A total of 70 participants were involved, including 25 municipal leaders, 15 barangay officials, and 10 civil society organization representatives. Additionally, 20 community members were included to provide perspectives on the influence of women leaders in their localities. Participants were purposefully selected for their knowledge and experience in leadership and governance, with coordination from the Municipal Gender and Development Office and Sangguniang Bayan and barangay officials to identify qualified informants. Data collection included key informant interviews, focus group discussions, and document analysis. Semi-structured interviews lasting to 35 to 45 minutes were conducted in English, Filipino, or the local dialect, depending on the preference of the participants, with translated responses used for reporting. 2 FGDs were held separately, one with local leaders and another with community members. The first group focused on women's leadership experiences, while the second highlighted their community impact, supporting documents such as GAD plans, Peace and Order Council reports, and project evaluations, provided contextual and policy-based perspectives. The interview guide, validated by gender and governance experts, contained open-minded questions on leadership journeys, empowerment, challenges, and institutional support. Data analysis followed Brown and Clark's thematic framework, involving coding, theme identification, and refinement to capture the essence of empowerment and leadership experiences. Manual coding ensured close engagement with participants' narratives. To ensure credibility and rigor, triangulation integrated multiple data sources to validate emerging themes and minimize bias. Ethical standards were strictly observed through informed consent, confidentiality, and cultural sensitivity. Overall, this rigorous ethical grounded methodology generated rich, credible, and contextually nuanced insights into how women leaders in Sibagat exercise empowerment, leadership, and participation in peace building and local governance, contributing valuable knowledge toward gender-responsive governance in Mindanao. The study's findings revealed recurring themes on how women leaders in Sibagat overcome challenges, exercise empowerment, and promote community peace. Community perspectives validate these insights, showing empowerment as both personal and collective, influenced by cultural, institutional, and relational dynamics shaping governance and social harmony. Thematic analysis revealed 6 major themes aligned with the research objectives. First, empowerment as a personal and collective journey, describing how women leaders gain agency, confidence, and legitimacy through active participation in governance. And second, women as catalysts of community harmony and mediation, illustrating the role of empathy, communication, and relational trust in sustaining local peace and inclusive governance. Third, community recognition and trust as the foundation of sustainable peace building, presenting how empowerment is validated and sustained by the community's acceptance and participation. Fourth, gender and structural barriers in leadership, identifying social, cultural, and institutional obstacles to women's effective participation. Fifth, empowerment through collaboration, networks, and capacity building, showing how partnerships, training, and peer support enhance women's leadership capacity. And sixth, institutional and policy support for gender-responsive governance, highlighting how local programs and national frameworks influence empowerment. Each theme was analyzed using Kabir theory of women empowerment and Lederach theory of sustainable peace building. These frameworks explain how women leaders in Sibagat translate personal empowerment into collective peace and governance. Triangulated data from leaders, communities, and institutions ensured credibility and coherence in the thematic analysis. Theme 1, empowerment among women leaders in Sibagat emerged as both an individual transformation and a shared social process. Participants described empowerment not merely as holding a position, but as building confidence, credibility, and purpose through community service and collaboration. A municipal official expressed newfound confidence in decision-making, while a barangay captain emphasized listening and empathy as keys to peaceful conflict resolution. Civil society leaders associated empowerment with recognition and partnership, feeling strengthened when their ideas were supported by the local government. Community members confirmed this shift, noting how women now lead meetings once dominated by men. Theme 2, women leaders in Sibagat are recognized as mediator and peace builders who resolve conflicts through empathy, fairness, and dialogue. Their leadership fosters trust and reconciliation as residents seek them for guidance, knowing they will listen, act fairly. Civil society members emphasize that informal conversation often restore harmony, while community respondents noted that women-led meetings feel safer and more inclusive. These practices reflect Lederach's idea that peace grows through relationship and Kabir's concept of agency expressed through influence and care. Women's leadership through care transforms governance into collaboration and makes mediation a foundation for sustainable community peace. Theme 3, trust and recognition serve as the foundation of women's leadership effectiveness in Sibagat. Participants emphasize that credibility is earned through sincerity, fairness, and consistent engagement with the community. A municipal officer shared that people follow and cooperate when they see that you have served sincerely, while a barangay official noted that equal treatment fosters respect even from former critics. Community members confirmed that integrity and consistency build long-term trust, with one elder remarking that initial doubts about women leaders eventually turned into admiration. Civil society representatives added that recognition not only validates women's contribution but also motivates broader participation among other women, inspiring them to engage in local projects and volunteer initiatives. These perspectives align with Lederach's concept of peace building through relational legitimacy and Kabir's framework of empowerment, where recognition enhances agency and collective achievement. In Sibagat, Trust transforms empowerment from an individual process into a shared community asset that sustains cooperation, accountability, and participatory governance. However, women leaders continue to face challenges in advancing peace building and inclusion, particularly those arising from patriarchal norms, institutional constraints, and emotional labor barriers that demand stronger institutional support and gender-responsive policies to sustain inclusive and transformative local governance. Theme 4, despite notable progress, women leaders in Sibagat continue to face gender-based discrimination and institutional barriers that hinder their leadership and influence. A municipal officer shared that some still think leadership should come from men, while a barangay captain noted that her voice is valued in family matters but not in infrastructure decisions. Institutional constraints also persist, particularly in funding allocation, as one CSO member lamented that women-led projects are often last to be funded. Balancing domestic and public responsibilities further strains women leaders, with many performing household duties after work. Community members observe this double burden, acknowledging that women work twice as hard to prove themselves. These experiences reflect structural inequalities, consistent with Kabir's framework, which identifies resource and institutional barriers to empowerment and literate concept of relational imbalances that weaken participation. Although Sibagat's governance promotes inclusion, patriarchal norms and unequal power dynamics remain deeply embedded. Women's leadership therefore stands at a crossroads, visible and progressive, yet constrained by social expectation and systemic inequalities. Overcoming these barriers requires sustained institutional support, gender-sensitive capacity building, and a transformative cultural shift that fully recognizes women's agency as central to participatory governance and sustainable peace building in the community. Theme 5, empowerment among women leaders in Sibagat was reinforced through collaboration, networking, and continuous capacity building. Participants emphasized that collective effort enhanced leadership competencies and widened access to resources, training, and moral support essential to governance and peace building. A municipal officer noted, "We achieve more when we work together. Partnerships makes our program stronger and more sustainable." A barangay captain echoed, "Collaboration opens doors when we coordinate with other offices. We gain knowledge and resources to help our people." Civil society participants affirmed that capacity building transformed their leadership perspectives. "The training changed how I see leadership. I learned that confidence and unity can create bigger impact." Community observation supported these accounts. Before, women were quiet in meetings. Now they speak up and lead because they received training and support. Consistent with Kabir's view, these initiatives strengthen women's agency through resources and learning. Likewise, Ladurac highlights that collaboration fosters trust, the foundation of sustainable peace. Empowerment in Sibagat therefore emerged as a collective process rooted in cooperation, empathy, and shared responsibility. Theme 6, institutional and policy support played a crucial role in sustaining women's empowerment and participation in Sibagat's governance system. Frameworks such as the Gender and Development Program, the Seal of Good Local Governance, and the Local Committee on Anti-Violence Against Women and Children served as structural mechanism that advanced gender equality and inclusive governance. These initiatives legitimized women's leadership and reinforced. A municipal leader shared, "The God Fund helped us implement projects that benefit women and children. It shows that our work has value and recognition." Barangay leaders likewise noted that God and Kavausi programs enhance both their capacity and authority in handling gender issues. A leader explained, "Through these programs, we learned how to manage cases of violence and uphold women's rights." Policies also encourage interagencies collaboration. SGLG motivates us to work together and meet governance standards. It challenges us to be transparent, said a municipal officer. CSO representative affirmed that policy inclusion increased project visibility and credibility. Despite progress, participants cited challenges such as delayed God funds and inconsistent enforcement. From Kabir lens, institutional mechanisms constitute resources that enable agency and achievement, while Lederach similarly views this framework as structures of peace spaces where dialogue and accountability thrive. Conclusion, the study explored how women leaders in Sibagat, Agusan del Sur contribute to peace building and participatory governance, highlighting empowerment as both a personal journey and a collective process. Theme 1 revealed that empowerment begins with self-confidence and evolves into shared community leadership. Theme 2 emphasized that women act as mediators and peace builders who resolve conflicts through compassion and dialogue. Theme 3 showed that trust and community recognition are the cornerstones of sustainable peace building. Theme 4 revealed that despite visible progress, gender and structural barriers persist. Theme 5 and 6 illustrated that empowerment thrives in environments where collaboration, networks, and policy supports are present. Conclusion, the study that women leadership in Sibagat exemplifies participatory governance in action. Drawing from Kabir and Lederach, the integration of empowerment and peace-building theories revealed that women's leadership strengthens both individual agency and social cohesion. Empowerment without peace is incomplete, and peace without inclusion is unstable.
Thank you so much to our two presenters. Let us once again give them a round of applause. At this point, let us have an open forum for 15 minutes. If you wish to ask a question, please state your name and the agency where you are connected. You can ask one direct, concise question, and if needed, a one follow-up question. For FB Live participants, you may write your question in the comment section. For those who are not comfortable using the microphone, you may write your question on a piece of paper, hand it to me, and I'll be glad to read it for you. So who would like to start the ball rolling? Time out, sorry. So while we are still offline, I hope that you are crafting your questions. And again, if you would not like to use the microphone, you can hand over to me your question. going live again. Okay, so who would like to give the first question? Anyone? Just raise your hand or hand me over your question. All right, so maybe while you are still preparing, may I have the opportunity to give the first question? This is for Miss Sharma. No, I'm not sure if this is part of your scope, no, but is there like a story that you encountered of how RH law empowered women? Because when you say Magna Carta and the anti-VAUSI, I believe there's a lot of stories to tell. But how about on RH law? I'm not sure if it's part of your scope, but if you can answer the question.
The question is, what's the...
Sample stories on how women were empowered by the RH law.
Okay, so I actually read a book called Lighting the Fire. It's stories on women's health rights. So that book actually demonstrates an example of why women actually benefits from RH law. Because a lot of women in the poverty line, we all know that women in the poverty, a lot of people from the poverty line have a lot of children. Yeah. There are women who don't have the access to contraceptives. They don't have the proper sex education to do family planning and population control. But with the RH law, it actually mandates the government that the women, people, not actually women, but the community has access to sex education and even access to family planning and contraceptives. So that actually targets that actually helps mitigate poverty, which is a form of structural violence. So it actually is part of the scope of my paper. Thank you.
So like many of our marginalized women are able to access sex education, contraceptives, like that. All right, thank you. Do you have already questions now from the audience? Again, if you're shy, if you're not comfortable with the microphone, you can write down your question and hand me over and hand it to me. Okay, so while there are still no signs of question from the audience, maybe I'd like to raise also a question for Ma'am Myra Chu. Ma'am, how was the experience interviewing 70 participants? Because I say that's a lot, no? Sige, ma'am, if you can share your experience on interviewing 70 participants.
Hello. Well, ma'am, the 70 participants were grouped into two for FGD. So the first FGD would be the leadership, the women in leadership, and the second FGD were the community representatives. So I'm not so overwhelmed with interviewing 70 participants because I used to it. Like my previous job before, it's even more than 70 participants, and we facilitated all of them. But prior to the FGD, I have interviewed some of the respondents for KII. So I really spent like around 5 days for it to do the interviews.
So 5 days spent for the 70 participants. What is KII, ma'am?
Key informant.
Oh, okay. Anyone from the audience? Help me out. Any question? Their topics are very interesting. No? Maybe you'd like to... Yes, ma'am. Thank you. The microphone is over there. Again, please state your name, your institution, na, and then your question. And the question is for Ms. Sharma.
Thank you, ma'am, for your question. Actually, I haven't really looked at it from that angle, that there are women's rights that don't contribute to peace building. But when we fundamentally think about women's rights, the argument of the paper is that these rights establish positive peace to counter the root causes of structural violence. So I believe that all of women's rights, no matter what they are, all of the laws that are passed, all of the fruits of women's rights movements are all peace-building efforts. Because what they do is they tackle the root causes of what causes injustices, what causes wars, what causes feelings of not being secure. So I think all of women's rights movements and the laws that came because of it are all peace-building efforts. So I haven't explored adding it to my paper, but that's a nice take. Thank you.
Historical papers, as a historian, we usually deal or try to balance things out. That's why we always add in a historical context, we always add the things that were not, shall I say, comfortable, because these things, together with the positive peace building that you would be talking about on your paper, should make up the whole truth about it. So that's the reason why I asked about it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, but any organization, whether maybe small or big, they contribute, no? Yes. But on the side of ma'am, on historical side, she wants to see on the other side of the perspective, no? All right, both sides. Do we have other questions from the audience? Yes, sir. You are recognized. Your name, your institution, and then your question. And to whom do you address your question, sir?
I am Kiyu Tagalog from Our Lady of Carmen. So my question for presenter number one, in what ways did Filipino women or leaders and organization influence peace negotiation, social reforms, or human rights advocacy throughout history?
So in my paper, I actually outlined it in a way that I only mentioned several rights and how they contribute to peace and what types of pieces they contribute. So it doesn't really encompass the whole history of the women's rights movements and how it contributed to peace building, but I only mentioned a few that could possibly serve enough as proof that they are peace building initiatives. So an example would be the anti-violence against women and children. So that alone is a testament that peace in the very fundamental unit of community, which is at home, is being addressed. So that alone is a peace-building effort. So did I answer your question? I'm sorry.
Yes. I have follow-up questions.
Yes.
May I ask regarding for your presentations, ma'am, those Gabriela is a party list group?
Gabriela, the one in my presentation, is not entire. I'm not talking about the party list, but it's the Alliance of Women.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
It's a partner of that. Thank you.
And if given the chance, I'd like to ask a follow-up question regarding his question, Ms. Sharma, that how did you determine the policies like the Magna Carta, the RH law? Why did you choose these ones over the others? Something like that.
Why those laws?
Yes.
I believe those laws are, so for the anti-violence against women, it starts in the home. So that starts peace in the home, that addresses peace in the home. While the Magna Carta of Women, it actually addresses peace in the entire state. So with the Magna Carta of Women, it puts accountability to our state that there are international laws that we have to, international laws and standards that we should adhere to. So it actually puts the state accountable na we should have gender and development funds, that women should be included in peace talks, for example, or there should be equal rights and equal treatment for women and men. So those two, and those two specifically, they start at home and in the whole Philippines. So that's why I chose them.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Sharma. I see other hand. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I am Shiminley Dogmok from the Commission on Human Rights. I would like to ask a question to Ma'am Mirachu. Okay, so part of the mandate of the Commission on Human Rights, specifically the Promotion and Advocacy Division, is to promote education specifically on women empowerment under the gender and development. No? So one of the most, or the very basic challenge that we have been seeing and experiencing in the community, especially in Agusan del Sur, is men having this notion that women empowerment is overpowering men's rights. And that's one, up until today, we are now in the year 2025, and it has always been our challenge to do so. I don't know if this is also part of your scope or what, but your paper mentioned barriers. As context, part of this context, we believe that it's really important also to include men along the process in women empowerment. And because in general, women empowerment, we all do believe in that, and it's a very crucial to include men, because women empowerment is all about gender equality. My question is this one. I would like to hear your insights. Perhaps you all have insights in the field while doing your study. Any insights from you, ma'am, that somehow could be our basis, especially working in the government, basis for programs, activities perhaps, that could encourage men to participate in women empowerment? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question, Ma'am. Well, because of the time limit earlier, I wasn't able to show my recommendation, but part of my recommendation is actually for men to participate with women's empowerment program. So I also believed with your insights, ma'am, that men are also important in order for us to achieve gender equality. And I agree with that. And during my field study with the locality of Sibagat, I can see, ma'am, that there is really a God program, because as mandated in the law, there should be 5% allocation of God program in the annual program of the municipalities or the government unit, for each government unit, including the barangay. However, ma'am, the God program is not sustainable because they only depend on the budget. So here comes that we will implement this program, joining the men and the women, talking about empowerment, but the problem there is how can we sustain? Because it is not institutionalized, ma'am. So that's why one of my recommendation is to build an institutionalized program that would ensure a sustainable program where both men and women can benefit. So for example, partnership with educational department, that's one of the recommendation that I have in my research paper. The LGU should partner with the education, with the academe, so that the academe can actually empower women, and together with men, we're able to understand what gender development is all about. Because when we say gender empowerment, we're not talking only about women, but we're also talking about men because it's equality. So my recommendation or my insight, ma'am, would be hopefully in the future the government would fund or would institutionalize a program that would sustain the program that we have right now. Because this is not only about gender and development. For the decade that I have an experience working in a government, one of the problem of the program in a government, if it's not being institutionalized, is the sustainability, ma'am. So it's really hard to sustain a project because we are all dependent on the funding. So I think it should all start with the funding, ma'am, for the Congress. So if they would see that this project has an impact to the community, then they should prioritize such project to be institutionalized. So, but the problem, ma'am, is that there are projects that are impactful to the community but are not being institutionalized. So anytime, they will be diminished because there's no funding anymore. So all in all, overall, ma'am, I would like to request that there should be a institutionalization for programs that has an impactful meaning to the communities. That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
So, ma'am was asking on men's participation in women empowerment. Am I correct to say that GOD program actually includes men in the process?
That program?
Yes.
Basically, there's no such, ma'am, as far as I know, like the men. So it's focused more of a women program. So that's one program as well that they have to be part of it.
Yeah, okay.
It's just that the problem, it is a law, at least 5%. So all of the government agencies are required to comply to that, at least 5% of the entire budget. But the problem is, it's law, it's there, it's institutionalized. However, the problem is, it's really hard to include men in conducting training, advocating women's empowerment. Like for instance, in Agusan del Sur, when we conduct training or promotional activities that encourage everyone, equality, human rights, women empowerment.
In general, men were absent. Okay, so sa panangayir ang GAA, sa panangayir ang MCW, even all the rest of the human rights or gender-related laws, up until today, it's still a challenge. Even in the academe, when we go to academe, not just CHR, but also all the rest of the national line agencies, it has always been a challenge. So, I also would like to take all those sa results sa study niya, no, na it's really important, and it's not just that, my insights is that it's not just the government's responsibility to push women empowerment, but it also for the academe, for the CSOs, and for us workers, no, to do the same, because it's really hard. It's a good thing to know that we have this kind of platform. No? Thank you so much, FSUU, for that. I would like to, I laid out all the problem, no, that we see in the field because you'd like to, this is a perfect platform for that. And I think that's also a good way to study as well. How can we, that's a challenge as well, how can we involve men in general? Because for them, really, God is for women. VAUSI is only for women. SSA, Safe Spaces Act, is only for women. How can we involve them? Because men, their influence, their power, their authority in the society, it's really a good factor, a good a good piece sila to include in this, to let them participate and involve in the advocacy campaign. So I guess that's a good way for us to see and to discover as well. Hoping for the next peace studies, I would like to encourage academe to do such. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ma'am Merachu.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me add to your insights, ma'am. No? Maybe I could recommend that there should be a monitoring and evaluation for the GOD program, because part of my recommendation as well, ma'am, is, sorry, I wasn't able to flash my recommendation, but in government, we do have a system that will, check the performance of a certain program. So I would recommend as well, ma'am, that when we check a certain program, there should be a gender, there should be like participants, or checking how much percentage are the participants in that particular program, and how many men and how many women are there. Because I have been engaged in a program, ma'am, where part of our evaluation is really to check really to check the participation of women. So part of the evaluation of our program is really, ma'am, the category in the evaluation of our program is to check, the requirement would be 30% of the project, 30% of the one that will work on that certain project should be women. And that is a requirement. So our program can only be successful if there is a document showing that there were women participating in such program. So that is one of my recommendation in my study. So there should be, like, for example, we're using IPCR right now in the government, right? So when using IPCR or a certain program, for example, there should be like a category where we can add the percentile of men and women participating in such program. That could be a big contribution where we can monitor the participants in a certain program.
Thank you. So in other words, now we are all challenged on how to include men in women empowerment. Now, as promised, with the interest of time, but as promised, there is still one more question from ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Hello. Okay, congratulations for the very good papers. Okay, one of the landmark legislations on women is the Magna Carta for Women, right? Malayo na tayo pero malayo pa. Malayo na pero malayo pa, because one of the provisions there is that in the development councils, this will cut across 2 speakers. There is a provision there that ensure that at least 40% of the members in all development councils in the regional, provincial, city, municipal, and barangay levels are women. 40%. But I doubt, niabot na taani. Even in the national level, we are very low. So how can these peace initiatives, this conference, invite women to be involved? Siguro part of the recommendations is that a study will be conducted whether pila gyud ka percent ang women nga nag-appeal in the development process. Because I believe even in Sibagat, I do not know kung niabot ba tag 10% ang women din nga nag-appeal sa development process. So that is maybe a topic that we look forward to in the next conference.
Okay, who would like to share her thoughts on ma'am's statements.
I thank you for that recommendation, Ma'am. No? Yes, I also agree that we really have to do something about it because it's not really properly checked. No, yes, we do have the laws. I also agree that the law is there, but the problem is the implementation, right? Or how do we implement the law? Is it being kuan jud kanang is it being kana bang gina-exercise ba? Is it being exercised? So I also agree with that one, ma'am. No, that's why, as I have mentioned earlier, there should be a strict monitoring, ma'am, in one of the kanang evaluation system in our government. So that's my recommendation really because sometimes we overlook the participation of women in any programs in the government. So without proper checking on the quantity of the participation of women, then ma-overlook gid nato siya, no? We will overlook the participation of women. So by then, it's really a good study looking forward, ma'am, no? So that we can recommend something on what should we do para to help these people. Though, ma'am, there are a lot of programs in the government right now that may not have been really fully understood by a common people that really incorporated the participation of women. And I have such an honor to be part of it. But I just want not only that certain project, but I hope most of the projects of the government would also adopt that kind of system that we have actually adopted in one of the projects where I have been part of. That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
And lastly, from Ms. Sherman.
Is it right that the question is about how do we involve more women to participate in peace building?
40%.
So that we will reach a 40%. Well, for me, I think it starts with like, maybe we could ask ourselves, simple acts we can do. Maybe even my paper, we can possibly reframe simple efforts. Now, maybe this is a peace building effort because in my paper, it's basically looking at the fight for women's rights as peace building effort because it has been seen as a political fight, but we can actually see it as a peace building effort. Maybe I think we can empower women by, we can do that by starting with empowering women that they can actually be drivers of peace. So with that, we start with education and empowering them that they can be drivers of peace and they can make a change.
Okay, so once again, thank you so much to our presenters. It has been worthwhile listening to the exchange of ideas, but in the interest of time, we have to cut the open forum now. So at this point, may we ask for a photo opportunity with the presenters? Requesting Ma'am Charlene, Sir Joseph, our working committee members, Ma'am Hannah, to be with our presenters. Pwede ma'am, ganun na lang. Balik talikod. Sige ma'am, balik. Kasali po yung participant sa picture, sa photo op. Okay. Tayo na lang si Ms. Sherma at si Ms. Myra Chu. Yes, ma'am. Sige po. So, there is si Sir Morris, correct? Okay. Sige. Okay. Ganoon. Baliktad pala. Sorry. Dito pala yung background po. Sige po. Harap doon po. Sige. Para ito po yung ating background. Okay. Doon pala si Sir Morris. Nakikita dun sa kilid, sir. Hindi. Sige po, lapit dito yung mga nasa gilid. Lapit sa